Hello everyone and welcome to today's stream. Today we'll be using a variety of different decks. I have gone through and had a little check of decks that I want to be doing. So these five are the ones that we're looking at mostly today. We might start off with a little bit of Control Warrior or DK. Well, let's start with some Shaman actually. So the idea behind this deck is you want to be getting at your starships and getting a bunch of different ones out to apply pressure to your opponent. You also want to be thinking about how you can get them out quickly and easily too. Okay, so I don't want Pop-Up Book. That's not really a great card to be keeping in the match. Missile Pod's decent. Gorgonzormu's quite good as well, so I'll get rid of the Pop-Up Book. And I'll keep the Gorgonzormu because I might be needing that for later turns, and I'll keep the Missile Pod as well. I'm hoping for an SCV. That would be a good start for me. Don't get it, that's fine, because I can use Starport on turn. I can go turn 2, turn 3, and this can be used to clear some of their Starports if they do it. Okay, I got a Horn, so none of those is what I want to be using right now. So it's going to be turn 2 Starport, turn 3 Gorgonzormu, more than likely. They got the good card. I'll play Starport down, and then I'm going to use it, obviously, just to activate and get it online. That's a decent one. Next turn, I'm going to go Gorgonzormu, more than likely. It could be Missile Pod as well. Oh. It's very scary if they have a Turbulus right now. Might use the lift off because it gets me the extra card draw, and then it also can set me up possibly for next turn. What have they got? They got SCV, so at the moment their battleships are going to be quite scary because I'll be able to get a battleship out for 1 mana. Using missile pods, that just clears that. Are they doing anything else? No. Okay, so I can just activate that. This would only get rid of the coin, so it's not worthwhile at the moment. I might get my other Starport online. And I can clear something if I want to. I think that's probably a good idea because it allows me to get the battle cruiser on for 1 mana. And it can get me some more board. I don't know what to take out though. If I take, obviously that I can take out, but all these have battle cries anyway, so if they use Turbulus, it doesn't really matter. Or I can just play this down so I can establish more board. So if they don't have another missile pod, I should be okay. Because the missile pod would clear my 2/1s if they did do that, but if they don't have it, it means that they will have to do some trading into these guys. Hello everyone that's here, welcome to the stream. I hope that you're enjoying your stay. I hope you're enjoying the new expansion as well. Okay, so they just traded in there. They're using a pop-up book, so if I can't use this missile pod at the moment, so they could be trying to go for a bloodlust play onto me. This can't kill the board at the moment either. So bloodlust is available for them for next turn if they use the coin. I can probably just activate this starship, so I'm going to trade here because the starship does have it does have the 5 damage into a random enemy at the moment. And I think I just activate the starship. So launch it up and then this ends up going online. I get a rush and I get a poisonous, that's decent. Their starship only has the 1 dude in it at the moment. Next turn I can use these 2 if I need to. I could also use the horn if I wanted to as well. Okay, so they're using their lightning. They're using it as a lightning storm to clear. They'll obviously be trading into that as well. Which is fine because now I can use this if I want to. They're also getting rid of the coin out of their hand, so that means that I can use the ghost if I want to establish some sort of pressure. I'm going to use the lock on here, and then I can use the siege tank to take it out. It also will then deal 9 damage to their face. And then it obviously reduces down this, so when I need it. Next turn I'm going to have to get my Murlocs online, because then I can activate the 8/8s. At least one of the Murlocs online. Okay, so they're just dealing 6 to this. They essentially just wasted their turn. I'm just going to play down this. And I can get my horn out. Or I can use this to take out that. I think I might go for that play because if I could get my horn out, but I could establish it, but I don't think it's really worthwhile at the moment because they're not really doing too much. So I could just get another spaceship as well if I wanted to. Or I can use this to apply some pressure because maybe they have another gift in their hand. The starport so that it reduces down their power a little bit. I'll play down the SCV so that it reduces down the price of this some more, and then I'm going to put the 6 damage into there. Next turn I'll probably be using this or this. They're probably going to have to activate that. Because if they didn't, they'd be in for a lot of trouble with that. I got my Jim Raynor. But I don't think I play it down just yet. I could. They've got the big Murloc in their hand, which is the thing I'm just a little bit iffy about. But these will summon some taunts for me anyway. So let's go for it. So I'll launch this. I can use this if I want to. Or I can just establish more pressure with the horn. And then use this in the following turn. I might establish more pressure with the horn. Go face with it. And then I'll take out this. So now, if they don't play the Murloc down, it means that I've got, I can use this in the following turn, and they still only have the one battle cruiser out, which was just a 1/3. So I should be able to win next turn using this, because I don't think they'll be able to clear these dudes anyway, and then I can just do the face damage. Okay. So let's just play this down. Wait, that's still alive. Oh, I missed the damage anyway. I should have used this. But yeah, they weren't in a great position. So the cards you want to mulligan for in this deck is you want to go for SCV. You want to mulligan for your Starport, your Liftoff. Turbolus is decent to keep as well. Okay, so I'm playing against a rogue. Rogue's just running Protoss at the moment, more than likely. I think I just full keep this hand. I might get rid of the Murloc, actually. Yeah, I'll keep these two. Got a siege tank, that's decent. I'm hoping to get a starport or a liftoff soon. This reduces the cost of this down to 3 if I need it. Dig for treasure. They may be using Cycle Rogue still. Lay down the missile pod and just go face. Can't do SHAFFAR Rogue at the moment still, because I'm pretty sure it's still banned. Okay, so just equipping a dagger and going face, it's fine. I got a lock on, but that's obviously useless at the moment, so I just use my hero power and go into them. I don't really have a play next turn either, so it's a little bit unfortunate to have both these siege tanks in my hand. Don't really want them just yet. The thing you do need to remember with the siege tank is the buff one that deals excess damage to the enemy hero, it doesn't apply if you use Shuttle Block. Okay, so they're drawing an extra minion and using the Proton Cannon. So the Templar they have will be online for next turn. I'll use Turbolist and just go face. It gives a buff for this guy. They'll have the one of the Templars out this turn too. I can activate this if I want to, but I just got a lift off, so I'm going to use that instead. Ghost and Lock On. Don't really need to use either of those at the moment. So I'll just use hero power and I'll go face. I'm the one that's applying pressure at the moment. I've got a ghost in my hand. That's relatively decent. The thing that that's also important to think about for Ghost, it's not right now, but in control matchups, you can use it against their Ceaseless Expanse. Yeah, I think Reyna Shaman probably is the strongest at the moment. I did go on a bit of a streak last night with Control Warrior as well, the Starship Warrior. But I feel like I got quite lucky with my hits. Okay, so they're putting a buff onto there. I can use Shutter Block to clear their hand if I wanted to. Just play it down, and I'll trade into here. They're probably going to get the other Templar online, but I don't particularly care too much, because I can use this if I want to. If I need to clear the board, I can use this. Yeah, the other decks, like, I don't know if Rogue is very strong at the moment, just because, like, the Protoss strategy seems a little bit weak. Okay. So Lock-On takes that out. Use the Ghost. So I clear quite a lot of their hand doing it like that. I can then play this. If I want to, I can clear. I think I've got to clear this because I can't really just let it stay alive. I would love to be able to do the Shuttle Block Murloc play though. But I'll probably have to wait till the following turn. So I'll just launch this. It deals the damage to the 8-1 and then I can deal with the 2-3. I got rid of their buff cards, so it should be good for me in that. Using a Void Race, they'll trade into there. So I'll go trade here. Use the tank to deal 9. Lay down SCV. And then I'll use the shuttle blocks, and next turn I can get the glowfin if I need to. They don't have any more of their Templars available, so I should be able to just win. I don't think they'll have a way to win this. Got 8 damage on board at the moment. I need to use the... Probably gonna need to use the Murloc glowfin. Pop-up book's lethal. Trusty companion's lethal. Let's play this down. Trade into there and go face. I don't really have any other sort of play that I can do. Because since I had the buff, or actually I could have done the buff. Hold on. Did I have lethal done? Send out this, go into that. Yeah, I had lethal. Oh, this is a 3-drop. I missed lethal and they got lethal. GG. I was thinking it was a 4-drop. Because that's usually how the 3-4 stats are with like rush and charge like that. Yeah, because I could have gone the 2 into the 3-4 and then hit 8 with that and then 2 going face. Alright, I don't want to keep lock on, I just get rid of everything here. They're playing Zerg, so I need to have a bunch of AoEs to be able to clear them. It's fine. So turn 2, turn 3, I guess. Turn 1, great. If this survives, I think it's probably going to be this is going to be my turn 2 play. Actually, Starport's good. I'll play the Starport down. Just get myself online a bit earlier. That doesn't feel right. Actually, maybe they got the Horn of Winter. Alright, let's do Turbolus so I can trade this, because they're probably trying to do some sort of Death Rattle play. Okay, drawing Zergs, that's fine. My turns are a little bit messed up now because of all the different trades that I've done. So this I'm gonna activate this. It's another random 3FX. I can use the bouncer if I want to. I think I do, so I put the bouncer onto the SCV. Then chill. I don't know if they'll be able to really deal with this very easily, because they don't have any of their buffs at the moment on their minions. They could have Viper. But Viper would just give them Reborn. Oops. Okay, so at the moment I'm dealing 15. I'll get the extra lift off. Siege tank will be good for when I use the buff. If I use the lock, I think I use the lock on the 6-4, so it just gets rid of it. If I launch this turn, I can use the Gem Rainer on it the following turn, but That's not very good. It's probably just go face here. Like, I know that they'll end up clearing me, but I can just use my other stuff afterwards. Yeah, it's probably just go face, because they don't have any way of healing anyway. They will be able to trade into me relatively decently with these dudes, but I feel like that's probably going to be the best way I'll go about this. Okay, so they're getting their rush online. Got Zerglings, that's fine. This probably trades, yeah, and they deal the 2 damage here, and they can deal 6 to me. I still don't have an AoE, which is what I'm a little bit concerned about with this. So let's launch this starship. Got Lifesteal and Wind Fury. And then I can use this to deal 2 damage to something. So I'll use the tank. And I've only got a little bit of health left to do. We'll trade with this because the lifesteal is important to take with it. So I'll trade into this Zerg. And I'll trade into this Zerg. It gets rid of one of the reborns from them. I don't want to trade into that because it'll just clear my board. They'll use that next turn and then they can do some more trading, but I don't really care too much. If I had an AoE, it would be nice to put into one of these. Okay. So up to 8 health. They're just doing a trade at the moment. They can't do their hero power just yet. Missile pod's good. It doesn't clear anything though. Because it only just clears that. I can't do a lock on at the moment. This doesn't really get me anywhere. They're using the Gym Rainer just yet. So I'll go the Gorgonzorma, I'll just see what ends up getting out of the buff for it. Out of the cheese. Play this down. They can't kill me just yet. But this AoE will clear the board. They just trade into that and then they can mostly clear it. This will then clear. Okay, so they're down to 7. Hyper takes out my ghost. I've still got the missile pod, so I can... Dealing 8 like that. I think they forgot to trade, so it helps a little bit. They're putting the death rattle of the AoE onto those minions, so I just need to deal 7 damage. Okay, so if I put it onto here, make it into a 3-2, use this, and then this is guaranteed lethal here. Yeah, well, it was better than the other find that I had the previous turn. Because I could have done the same play, or the similar play with the other guy, with the siege tank. Because I had the siege tank, I had the shadow block proc on, which meant that the siege tank wouldn't deal damage to the enemy hero. But I drew into a Warlock, so I would have been able to just play the Warlock and then do the stuff. But I honestly didn't think they'd be able to deal 10 damage to me, the Protoss. Rogue. Just get rid of these, keep Liftoff. Liftoff's a really good draw card. I think it's a Death Knight. Turn 1 SCV. It might be turn 3 Turbolus instead of Liftoff. I'll just end up seeing what I draw into. Miracle Sales, I can clear it with Pop-Up Book. I think I just hold the Pop-Up Book though and just go face. Next turn I can use Turbolus if I want to clear. Or I can use Liftoff to get more of my dudes online. Okay, they're going ham. So I'll just play this down and I'll trade into the Miracle Salesman, just because this would end up getting a dude out anyway. Next turn's probably just going to be Liftoff Pop-Up Book. I'll have to deal with this Brood Queen so they're not getting any extra value with it. Okay, so they still don't have the guy yet. The Viper yet. So I'll trade here, and then I'll send the Pop-Up Book into the 2/2. Next turn I've got Missile Pod, and I've got this as well, so I'll be able to defend myself a little bit. They still have the Banelings, so they can AoE this board if they end up getting a rush, but they need to have the Viper to be able to do that. And they won't, at the moment they don't have enough mana to do that either. So my turn next turn is probably going to be SCV and Missile Pod. So if that's the play that I'm doing, I go this. This will do an AoE, so I want to trade this first. Take out the 2/2, I guess. And then drop the Missile Pod. This will clear these, and then drop the SCV afterwards. And then use my hero power. Okay. I can get my siege tank online next turn if I need it. Or I can use the Titan, or I can use my Horn. So I've got a few different options that I can do. I still don't have many of my starships yet, which is a little bit concerning for dealing with them. Okay, they're just playing a Zergling. Not really too scared about that. Only if it's Infestor and then the spread would I be concerned. Which they do have. I can clear it with this if I want to. This isn't very good against it once it gets the buffs. Or I can get a Starport and then I can just build up my board a little bit more. But the Starport means I don't use my mana very well. So I think it's just going to be Thunderer. Go face with these two, and then use the AoE. Because it means that next turn I've still got decent plays that I can do. And I'm posing quite a lot of damage on board as well. I can't use this on that. So this will clear. So I'll play down the starship first. Use the proc of it. This will clear the Bane lane if I want it to. I'll trade into the 2/4 here, and then I can proc this. I'll use the ghost and see what ends up getting me. Got rid of a barrage, which is good. Go face here. I think I always just kill this. It kills these guys, but then I can use this on. I can launch the starship. Since I had the buff going first, there was a possibility I'd get the poisonous as well. I've got 10 damage at the moment posed on board. I could just use the Gym Rainer and it probably would get me the buffs that I'd need to be able to clear them. I could use the Siege Tank, but it only deals 1 extra damage doing that. Or I can just go face. Let's do the Gym Rainer. It should clear. Doesn't. Because I didn't get a point. The poisonous proc was afterwards. So I'll just go face with this. Yep. I've still got the Windlord, I've still got this as well, so I should still be able to win easily enough. Okay, that's a bit concerning. Does it have Wind Fury? No, it doesn't have Wind Fury. GG. I should have held an extra turn for the Gym Rainer. That probably was the better play because it meant that I could see what they were going to play it down as well. But the miss of the poisonous definitely lost for that, but then again, like, it wasn't guaranteed to get poisonous anyway. What's everyone's favorite decks at the moment to be playing? I'm definitely enjoying, I definitely enjoyed playing Warrior yesterday, but it felt like there was a lot of lucky plays I got, a lot of lucky random hits. I think it's Warlock. So the Warlock is either going to be the Death Knight Tourist one, or it will be The Jailer one. Turn 1 Murloc, turn 2 Murloc, I think. Play this one down. I mulliganed the whole hand anyway, so I can just play that down. It doesn't really matter. They don't need to know that was part of my mulligan. Spawning pool. So it is the tourist one. Wait, how? Why is that showing me that information? That shouldn't show me that. Okay, just go face here. Got a lock on. That's not really a great spell. I definitely would have been preferring something like a lift or for a trusty companion. Lock on gets rid of that. I can use missile pod then and then just go face. They can use their Zerglings this turn to be able to take up most of my board. The Cavern also does a similar job. Go face with this, go face with this, turn into the Taunt. I did this one instead of this one because I want to be able to get the Starship online. Okay, Horizon's Edge. Shouldn't matter too much to me. I'm posing quite a lot of damage on board. Okay, play the Missile Pod, use Hero Power, go face. No point playing any of these other things down. So this will take out that. They're probably going to use the... they'll probably end up using the spawning pool this turn. If they proc it, they can then proc a lot of their Horizon's Edges. Well, that works too. They get the 8/8, the 2 rushes. This can't clear at the moment. SCV gets the extra buff down, so if I go pop-up book onto this one. And then play down the Murloc. I can trade into that. And then I can use this. Do I want the start? I can use the SCV afterwards. Do I want the hero power? Not really. So I'll use this. It gets the 2 procs off and then I just play the SCV for the next one. Next turn is probably going to be tank and hero power. If they use the spawning pools, it could be a little bit of a problem for me, because the thing that is a bit concerning when playing against this deck is that they could get out the giants, because this Forge of Wills will be able to get them the extra rush minion on their giant. I'll be able to deal 9 damage with this though. Looks like they're just trading. Okay, and they got enough corpses to be able to get the extra minion. They might end up getting the giant with that. They get 2 giants, that's a bit concerning because they're getting all the Horizon's Edge procs off. Coin. Okay. So I can play the tank down, it deals the extra 9 damage to their face. Deal 2 with this. And I'll use the hero power. I don't need to use the SCV at the moment. It's better just getting the extra value from the hero power. Next turn I'll have to play the Glowfins. I'm still a little bit off. Like I could use Horn, can get lethal. That's about it at the moment. Okay, they're getting another cavern online. Which means they don't currently have access to the giants. They're going to use that with this. And trade. Okay, I can draw a spell, so I'll use that. Hopefully it's a lift-off. Trusty Companion's okay as well. Don't really want a Warlock. Is a mech any better? Yes. I can get a siege tank with this. And then I just hero power. Next turn I should have lethal. Unless I get a consume. Because the only bad minion hit would be on that, but then I can still use one of these dudes to take it out. This could be some sort of heal. 2, 3, 4. I can go for the 50-50. Actually, if I use lift off, it's possible it gets me a lock on. I can still go for the 50-50 if I want. But it's probably... It feels better just using... just playing the extra turn. Using another lift off. Because they're not in a position to be able to take me out anyway. Because if I had missed the 50-50, I probably would still be fine, but it's safer definitely doing it this way, because next turn I can just do the Jim Raynor. This will do 2, and then the extra 2 comes out as well. Okay, and then it does the double AoE. And that obviously... Yeah, it's much safer. If you can guarantee it just an extra turn later, it's probably the better idea. Like, obviously that's fine if you can get it that turn, but if it's unlikely your opponent's going to be able to beat you anyway, and you're on a 50-50 flip, just go for the safer play. Because, like, they could have used Consume that turn, I guess, which could have been a bit of a problem for me. Card share. What do you mean, sorry? Do you mean the deck list? It's in the description of this. So I've got all the different decks that I'm going to be playing on stream in the description at the moment. Okay, so best card to keep in this is SCV. The rest, get rid of Shadow Block as well. I'll keep SCV and Trusty Companion, so this can be 1 into 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so play SCV. I've just got a missile pod, so I'm not too scared of that. I can just use this to trade into. Play this. It can get me out another mech. I got another SCV, which is really good. Next turn I can do these 2 if I want, or I can do this. I think it's probably these two, because then I can do this if I want to the following turn. It clears that as well. I deal a bit more pressure doing it this way too. It also, if I need to, gets me the siege tank online for a future turn. And then if I do just play down the Turbolus, I get an extra 3 buff onto this. Okay, so play down Turbolus, gets the buff. Use the pop-up book, and then I'll just trade this, and then go face. I'm trading with the missile pod rather than this one, because I want to be able to get the starship online if I need to, for the siege tank. Okay, so if they have a missile pod, I'm not too concerned. I can always use this to clear those. They do, I think that's a backstage bouncer. Okay. If I activate this, and then I can use this. So activate this, it'll then hit one of these. It gets the AoE, it'll hit this and hit one of those. I can trade this guy. Then I can use the tank. And just go face. So at the moment they're dealing 2 AoE. 3 AoE, so it kills everything except these two. Still not too much of a concern for me because I have the Windlord in my hand. So I've got 8 on field. I don't have lethal like that though. Just going for the taunt. So Cutlass is decent. It's not lethal doing it that way. If I go Windlord, I can go there, and then I can send these two face. And then I can, or I could go for Cutlass, then backstage bouncer. I think I go the Cutlass backstage bounce forward because this isn't really posing any sort of threat towards me. If I put it onto here, it'll get big enough to be able to survive. It also gets that siege tank out of the deck. I can play the growth then. I can go face with this. Trade my 2/2 into here. Means I'll have to trade one of the... I'll have to trade this probably into there. They've got their buff Murloc as well for the future turn. The backstage bouncer would be decent. They've only got 1 starship launch at the moment, so it's going to deal 3 AoE to the board. These two can trade in. I'll let you get rid of that. Okay, play down the Murloc. I can't afford for them to be able to get the big buff onto their minions, because this will give a 2 buff to everything. Play down the Windlord, I'm just going to go face. Because if they end up playing the Murloc down, it means that my tank should be able to get lethal. Oh no, it won't be able to get lethal like that. Might not be able to. With a lock on, it's lethal. The launch gets them 2 of the extra Space Marines though, so a little bit scared of that. Because then if they use the Space Marines plus their hero power, That's probably the best pickup I could get. Use the AoE. I think I just send this damage face still, because this will end up being lethal. Oh. This isn't going to be guaranteed lethal, because if it hits into the 8/8 that will be sitting on the board. Yeah, so we'll just play it a little bit safer. Okay, so they can get their Murloc online this turn. I can get my Murloc online this turn. Backstage bounce is decent because it'll mean that it'd stall a little bit longer. Okay. Doesn't really feel correct doing that. Because they can't play their Murloc down now. If they have just a minion, they're going for a siege tank play. They're going for the 50-50. Okay, so hit the 20 into here, there's 9 health on them, this is lethal. The Titan draw definitely was very lucky for me. Okay, I think we changed deck to have a try of a different deck. Let's have a go of Death Knight. Yeah, I definitely got lucky in that game to be able to use the AoE onto them. Okay, so Death Knight mirror match. You get rid of the Yodeler here, you also get rid of the Airlock Breach. Buccaneer's decent, but I feel like it's more important to get out your other cards. This is definitely the best card to be drawing. Viper's pretty good as well. Okay, play down the Zerglings. They can't apply any pressure to it at the moment to be able to clear both of them. I'll use this next turn. The only thing I'm a little bit scared of is if they end up getting the spawning pool. That's always a bit scary for this. Lay down the barrage and just go face with these two. Doesn't really feel worthwhile playing that down at the moment, because if they end up taking it out, it doesn't really trade very well doing it that way. I can either use the worm or I can do the Brood Queen. I think it's the Brood Queen here. Trade into this so there's not really a likely chance this gets taken out, so I get extra value from it. Next turn's probably going to be Viper. Possibly. Actually, the 2/5 will just get into It might not be Viper. No, I don't think it's Viper. Okay, play the Worm. Get another Brood Queen, which is fine, and I get the Carrigan. Just play the Miracle Salesman here and go face. What I'm trying to set up for is I'm going to try and set up the Viper plus a Baneling, or get the Infestor onto the board as well. This will be useful in future turns to be able to deal a lot of damage to them. I know that it's a very big swing, especially having it on turn 6 and if they go for a wide board. Okay, so they're summoning their 1/1s. Infestor. They've got the spread. Okay. So I can go Viper and Baneling. It's not likely that it will clear though, because this will probably just kill whatever they have out, since they've only just got one proc onto it at the moment. If I hit into this, it means that it would get the second proc. I've got the Infestor available as well, so I think I need to keep up with the Infestor count, so I'm going to play down this one, where is it? The Buccaneer, and then play the Infestor to get the Death Rattle onto it. And I'm going to be doing some trades into these, so trade into here, trade into here. It means I keep the board, and those don't get the buffs at the moment. They will get the buffs next turn, but I'm just going to have to deal with that. I can use this next turn as well if I need to. Okay, they're using the Mosh Pit to get a bigger dude. Spawning Pool's a little bit scary here. Okay, so they're getting a buff. I'll get my buff as well though, so that'll be fine. They're just trading into that, and then trading here. Goes to 6-3. These other dudes are 4/4s now, I think. Okay. So I've got an Infestor now. The problem is the Yodeler still doesn't have. I still don't have access to it with the Yodeler. I can use my Carrigan if I want. That makes me a little bit safer into whatever they do. Would use my Viper. It's probably going to be Viper this turn, so I play down these two and then I go for the Viper and see what I end up hitting. So it trades into those. My Reborn then activates and Wait. Okay, whatever. It clears the board at least. Like, I could have used that turn, but I didn't really want to have the Banelings to be worrying about. They've got another Spawning Pool, so at the moment I've definitely got the value. Just hoping I have another Infestor that I'll be able to use the Yodeler on this turn. They got 20 damage on board as well. Trade away this. I'm just gonna have to play this down. It doesn't deal any extra damage, but it means it's just so I can, like, it doesn't deal with these, but it just means that I can, use this hero power to be able to clear the board. Surprised they didn't use their mosh pit on that 5-2. Oh, they've got their own one. Infesta, Crawler, Lurker. I think they've got lethal here. Yeah, they've got lethal. The extra buff was too big for me. I didn't really like that mirror match, that wasn't very fun. Let's play a Warlock because I don't think the Warlocks that people are playing very much. Okay, I'm playing against a Warrior, which is perfectly fine because I have Wheel of Death. Get rid of one of my Forge of Wills. Got the Wheel of Death in hand, which is really good, and Symphony of Sins. That means I can't, that means that even with the Wheel of Death, I don't lose. Okay. What a fracking. I'll just use this though, I'll draw a card and establish some board. The Starport is scary if they get a bunch of the buff dudes. Oh, sorry, the deal damage to the board dudes. Just trade into this is fine. I'll just play down the Forge of Wills and chill this turn. They're not really posing anything at the moment that's concerning for me. Okay, it looks like they're going for the infinite strategy already. Doesn't really seem correct. I can play this down. Just use a hero power to see what I end up getting. One's fine. I might use the fracking now as well to see what I get. Problem is that it discards and it's going to make me overdraw. Okay. It's a little unfortunate. So I'm using my consume this turn. Consume always goes there. I can use this if I wanted to, but I think it's better just getting the half down on the board. So hero power first. It's my ceaseless, which is good. Play down the harp. Just chill. I've got my next worm, so I'll be able to grab out stuff using that. I don't have any of my other minions in my deck, so this actually just doesn't do anything. It can get me a 2-1. So play down the Kerrigan here. it deals with the board, mostly. Then I can use this to clear the 4-1 that comes out of here. And I can get this onto the 8-8. Then go face with this one. This one can be used with my hero power. I think it's just wheel here. And we'll just get rid of the Zilliax. Next turn I can play down the Phantom of the Opera if I need to. Like, I can play that down whenever I need to. Okay, they got their starship down. And you sleep with the fishes. That doesn't really feel very useful. They're using another sleep under the stars. So I guess that's just so that they can clear out their hand a little bit. I can just chill for an extra turn. They're not really posing any sort of concern for me. Let's get this out of my hand. So I'm not really concerned about what they do here because, like, I've got this. I'm going to play this down before I use my Symphony of Sins. Because I may need to do like an AoE or something like that, but it means that I can still activate all my... I can still use all my cards that I need to. This is helping deal with all these little dudes. This turn I think it's just going to be the Titan. And just AoE the whole board. Because if they do another hydration station, I can just ceaseless expanse it or whatever. Just chill for another turn. Because they're not really posing too much damage, and that's the sort of difference, like, for a control warrior sort of deck, because if you get the wheel off early enough, they're not going to be able to deal enough pressure to you to take you out. So they're clearing my... They've cleared those. I'm just going to put the taunt onto my... the taunt onto my 610. Sorry, the taunt onto these dudes. The moment they've got what, how much damage is that on board? I'm taking fatigue for 4 though, so that's something I need to consider. So I think I just go the Symphony of Sins now. Get it onto the field. I'm gonna deal. I think I'm just gonna do the life steal. And we'll just deal the 6 damage to these dudes. Or the damage to these dudes. And take another turn to chill.
Let's make it count. All right, I'm out.
It could have been an issue that turn if they didn't get the taunt dudes and also get the other bit, because they could have used the buff with the hero power and then been able to do... I still don't think they would have had lethal like that, actually. It would have been 25. They had 3 of the other dudes on the board, so that's an extra 6. No, they wouldn't have had lethal. Okay, so keep the cavern. I don't really need the reverberations. Yep. Okay, so Consume's really going to be really strong in this game. Turn 1's probably just playing down the harp. Turn 2's hero powering, or turn 2's using this actually probably. Because I want to get that out quite early. But also getting the giant dudes out early is good too. Okay, just turn 1. Turn 2 might just be hero power and chill. Yeah, it's just hero power and chill. Turn 3 can be table flip if I need to. Just play down this. Get the proc off onto these guys, so it means that it's closer for when I do have my Forge of Wills. Okay, so they've got an investor. I need to make sure that's cleared. So I can just go minion down. And hero power, I guess. But I need to clear that. I don't think I can now. I did make a misplay. I should have used the hero power. Getting that out of my hand means I can't do the table flip. This could get the furnace fuel. Yep. I think it's this one. It gets the wide board and then I can use the table flip onto these guys. And just chill. I will be overdrawing next turn. I've still got my Phantom of the Opera, so I can still use that. But I think it's going to have to be table flip with this board here. So table flip. Play down my Putrid and Coin into the Sludge. Just clears, it means I get the health back as well that I need. And pass. This one I can use with Consume, so I can activate it whenever I need to. I didn't particularly want them to have the buff onto me. If they use Viper, it's quite likely they get out a minion they will not want to have on the board. It's what is it, a 66% chance? Okay, they're playing down their second spawning pool. They're just getting out the minions, I think. 2 more Zerg cards isn't too concerning for me. If I grab my Zerg cards, it's always going to be... It doesn't actually guarantee my Karrigan. Getting more Zerglings. Just trading. Yeah, they don't really establish anything doing that. So I just play down my gGAAA, get the Phantom the Opera. Just chill. Don't think they'll have a way to deal with that very easily. Next turn, if I need to, I can use this plus the Consume to get the 8/8 out onto the board. You do not want to use the Viper on this. Okay. That's a Consume. Wait. Okay. Oops. I don't know what they were doing. They don't want to do that. That was never going to end well for them. The only card that it could have been, like, somewhat reasonable against was the, if it hit the Destroyer. If it had hit either of the other two, so it was still a 66% chance. They just lost on the spot, basically. Keep this, get rid of the Karrigan. This is always going to be one of the strong cards that you pretty much always keep. Turn 2 play. So, I probably don't have a turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. Okay, play this. Okay, so they're going for new heights. They may be playing Dungar. Go face. This is probably a better turn 2 play, getting these two out. I have 2 Consumes and Karrigan in my deck. Play the one. Okay, get the Cavern proc off, then go face. I'll be able to. I'm pretty sure this is Dungar, so I'm probably gonna have to use Symphony of Sins here. Is it a trail mix? Yep. So this is Dungar. Discard top 6 cards? No. Okay. It's a little unfortunate, because if I got the top 6 cards, it's quite likely I could have got some decent stuff out of there. Okay. So play this. It gets the AoE. It means I can kill that. Consume this one, so it gets the guy out of here. Trade into there. Still 15 damage on board though. So I'll play the harp down. And chill. I'm just hoping they don't have a hydration station. Starcraft is fine. So 23 damage, or 16 with that. Okay, use this first and see what I draw into. Jailer's not great. Use hero power and see what I got. Wheel of Death's not great either. I think this is more... This could possibly get that, but it's not really guaranteed. I think I've just got to use the furnace fuel and just chill. They're 1 damage off at the moment. Oh no, then they can trade into that, yeah. They could have just used hero power actually. Yep, Dungar's still strong. Not that that's any surprise. I was close. Okay, playing against a rogue. Get rid of the cavern, get rid of the furnace fuel, get rid of fracking. So I've got to turn 1 play. Consumes decent, it will allow me to survive. Okay, they're using gear shift, so it could be a weapon rogue still. Use the fracking. This is a tough choice, so it's I don't think it's that, it's out of these two. I think it's the worm, unfortunately. Because this is still a possibility of being weapon rogue. Use the coin and use the worm, see what I end up getting. I got another worm. Sorry, I don't understand what that says. I'll see if I can Google Translate. God willing, my brother is a teacher. Are you saying that I'm being a good teacher? If that's the case, I'm glad that it's being helpful for you. Okay, so this turn I can play the worm down. It would get me a consume and a cavern. Or I can play down the harp string. They still haven't done anything, so I'm not certain what type of deck is. They did use a forge. I think I needed to get the cavern online so I can, once I get the Forge of Wills, I can do some stuff. Weapon Rogue. Okay. So a fuel is fine. Use the worm here. Another cavern means I can get that online, and I can use a consume when I need to as well. So use the cavern and just AoE. That forge card must be the elemental, the priest elemental. Okay, so they're dealing 5 like that. Dig for treasure gets them out there, little dude. Heal the AoE. I can get the guy online. Play this. Use hero power. I want to make sure that I am back at the most health I can be. This is probably going to be the next turn play, or this one if they end up playing the little dude. Because this isn't going to get much value throughout the game. Forge of Wills would be decent. They're going to manage us, they're probably going to go the dubious purchase onto this. Yep. And it's dealing 5 more damage there. 7 more damage. I can get another giant out if I want to. I think that's going to be the play, so I'll get a giant out. I'll consume. It gets me the health back as well.
The pleasure is mine.
I'll go for the Symphony of Sins. And I'm looking to hit the... Oh, none of those are great. Draw a minion. That's not great either. Lifesteal? None of these are good. I guess drawing a minion means that I get something out of my deck. Because if I didn't have the Phantom of the Opera that turn, it would have been fantastic doing that. I just have to play it down and just get the guy out. At least it gets a taunt onto the board. It's not great, but it gets something. They also wasted Deafen doing that. Interesting. Okay, so their dubious purchase hit the best one. But I still do have my Phantom of the Opera and such. Okay, get that out of my hand. It's not going to be useful this game. I can just go for this and chill. Do the 2.
Incredible. Incredible.
Don't know why I haven't squelched them yet. Okay, so they're getting an even bigger one. much should I go down to? I go down to 19. This can heal me with 2. This heals me with 5. They've got 11 health. So play the fuel, get 2 cards. Envy clears out their thing, but that doesn't save me. This doesn't do anything. Still got too many cards in my deck for that. Play this down and see, I guess. That would have been better last turn. Yeah, GG. I think I should have held the Symphony of Sins, because if I had held it for the extra turn, it would have meant that I'd been able to get my Phantom of the Opera line. Okay, Warrior. So they'll be playing Starship. Yeah, I just go for Wheel of Death and just win through that, I guess. I'm not playing down the Harp just yet because I'm probably going to be needing to use that with Wheel of Death. Use the hero power here. I can use Bracking next turn. Reverberations is decent as well because I can put that onto their Starship if it doesn't get elusive. Use the Worm and chill. I get the Cavern for next turn, which will be good. And Kerrigan's also good to be able to have out of my deck too. So this deck doesn't run too many of the Zerg minions, so the Nidus Worm essentially just is a way to tutor out the cards that you want. So I think next turn is going to be Hero Power. And then use the Cavern and just clear the 1/1. Turn after that's probably going to be Harp String plus Hero Power. And then I can do this on turn 6. I could use Table Flip. Yeah, we'll just get rid of these guys. We don't need them at the moment. And Hero Power. And then just play down the Harp String. And I'm just going to chill just in case I do get a Furnace Fuel because I don't want to be discarding any of my big dudes. Next turn's going to be the Jailer. It's not a guarantee of the hitting the Phantom of the Opera, but it is quite likely. But then again, this card's a lot better to have out of my deck, because I'm going to be using Wheel very shortly. So I'll actually grab the Destroyer. I'll hold this because I have consume for it for the turn that I needed anyway. And I'm just going to chill. They're more than likely going to be able to clear this 6-12 anyway, which is the reason why I kept it, because if they just trade into here and launch their starship, it will more than likely, like, it has a chance of proccing onto that anyway. This will be used for their Ziliacs. Next turn, I'm probably just going to be playing down the Karrigan. Or I could play down the other Cavern. Okay. Just trading, that's fine. They've got the two 2/2s. I lose to consume doing it that way. Play down this. Or I can do the Karrigan. I think it's just play down this to get it ready. And then I can clear those two. Get them out of the way. I don't really care too much if I overdraw here. Grab the Forge of Wills. I'll use my fracking again. I think it's this, so I can get some more lifesteal. And then I'm going to hero power as well. It gets me the extra... It does use up one of my procs, but I'm going to be using wheel next turn anyway. So, because wheel's essentially just the win condition against this deck. They're using their coin, and then they're using the shield block. Launch the wheel. Wait, why did I draw a card then? Oh, Furnace Fuel. I have a Forge of Wills in my hand, so I'm just going to hold the Phantom of the Opera. Okay. So this turn I can get out my Giants. I don't want to go too ham with it, so I'm just going to play the Phantom of the Opera. I will use a consume on this one, so it still gets the buff down. I'll create a rush, dude. I think I need to clear it though. We'll get rid of one of the charges. And just chill for another turn. I can use Symphony of Sins the next turn. I'm just holding this for Ziliacs. Use the Symphony of Sins. It's quite obviously I don't have Ziliacs based on that, so I'm going to remove the top 6 cards from their deck. Got rid of the Bomb Boss, that's good. There's still no Ziliacs in that though. This is just heal 2, so I'll just use it. And I'm going to chill for another turn. Okay. The hydration station's quite weak. Like, I don't really care about that. I'm down to 2, so like, it's not looking very good for them. Play down the Kerrigan. It deals the AoE to their board, and then I can use the hero power to clear the others. Yeah. But basically, like in that sort of matchup, it's very unlikely you lose with Warlock into Warrior, because if you get the wheel out extremely early like I did, you just don't lose. Okay, playing against a priest. They try to go for value, I think, so it's probably going to be get rid of consume, keep these. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, or turn 3. Or I could go turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Or turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. A few different options that I can go about for it. Okay, so this is probably Protoss. I'm assuming it's the Protoss list that's been around. So it uses Mothership and it goes into the late game. So I'm going to use fracking here. Oh, jeez. This again. I'll keep the Wheel of Death. Because it's more likely that it will be able to do something against them. But either way, like, that's terrible to be having. I'll go the coin into the worm. And chill. Next turn I can go the cavern. Or next turn more than likely will just be the cavern. It could be the furnace fuel as well. They're just chilling. So just use this and pass. They're not really doing anything. Yep, so they're using the Protoss. They'll be using the Mothership list, I'd say. Okay. I'll get the Forge of Wills online just in case I do get a Jailer. And chill. Next turn's probably going to be Furnace Fuel on this. Because it gets it out of the hand. Yeah, so Furnace Fuel, see what I draw first. Okay. And then I'll play this. I do overdraw. Maybe I can just apply pressure otherwise. Like I could just go for the AoE. And then I can use the consume onto this. And then I can get the buff onto here. And then I can trade this one because I could be using Kerrigan next turn. And I want this to survive since it is a Zerg. It allows me to get the extra damage if I need. Okay. So, Shadow Word Ruin and Deafen means I don't lose those. I can just do Jailer next turn. Hopefully I don't draw my Ceaseless Expanse this one. I didn't, which is good. So I can play the Jailer. Guarantees Ceaseless. And chill. They've already used their Shadow Word Ruin, so it's quite likely this will end up surviving. Never mind, they got a Mantle. Okay, so they're clearing those two. I don't have any of my harps in my hand. So I think I'm going to have to go the fracking. But, like, I've got to make sure that I get that available for me. I do want to clear this as well. Reverberations is good. So I can just Reverberations this. It'll allow me to clear it. I'll use I'll use fracking now. Get this so I can heal up some more health. And I get the Symphony of Sins as well, which is good. And then I can use that and clear. And then I can put myself with a lifesteal minion onto the board. And... oh, that's gonna be good. Ooh. This will be very good. I'm gonna use this, and then I can use this over and over. Okay, so they're getting a Discover card. I think I just go for the wheel now, though. Like, I could go for the wheel, or I could go for that. They're obviously going to be a late game sort of style deck, though, so it's probably just going to be wheel heal. So wheel, Phantom of the Opera, give the buff to the Phantom of the Opera, get the big dude out. Clear this, so they can't draw anymore, and then go face. Next turn's probably just Symphony of Sins, I'd say. But I don't even know if they're going to be able to survive this, to be honest. Oh, they got another Shadow Word run. So I guess it means they live for another turn. Got 2 table flips, so I can take out these if I need to. Okay. So this turn's going to be table flip. It clears those 3. And I can use Symphony of Sins. This one's always nice, but I've already got the wheel online anyway. I'll grab the taunt. And just chill. Okay, so they're getting 2 charges. They can, so if they do the buff onto here, they can then hit and then hit and hit. Down to 3. I don't have any minions in my deck, so that's useless. I can go table flip plus putrid. Or I can go table flip plus Carrigan. I think this is probably better getting online, because then I can use that. So table flip first, because it would go up in cost otherwise, and then I use the Carrigan. It clears the board. And then I can use these if I need to.
Our path is clear.
So I think they're going to take out one of these. I feel like it's going to do too much otherwise. But they are going to be going down too many turns. Okay, play down the Raza, just get it procced. Hit this, I'm hoping just hit once. Yep, once is fine. Play down the Zergling. Use this. it clears, then I can just go face.
We are the voice of fire.
March boldly.
We are the voice of ire.
March boldly.
We are
Without
the
shame.
voice of ire.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
You have won this day.
Yep. That I don't really like this priest deck. It seems so weak. Like you've got extremely late game, but it doesn't have a particular win condition. Like getting Protoss minions is all fine, but it wasn't going anywhere in that game. Okay, playing against a Shaman. Ditch the Furnace Fuel, keep these two, because it allows me to turn 2, turn 3 play. Table Flip will be good as well. Okay, chill. Next turn's probably going to be this, and then this is turn 3. Because if they use the Starships, this is strong into the Starships as well. Okay, I've got the Discover as well, so I'll just play this down. They might trade, they might not, I don't really care either way. This will be turn 3 play. They're using another starport, so I'm going to think they're not going to trade and they're just going to go face. Oh, they are trading, that's fine. Doesn't really mean anything. I could just hold this for an extra turn, because they'll then have another starship that I can clear. And then I can use hero power, I can draw some extra cards. So I think I will, so I'll draw a card first, then I'll use fracking afterwards. These are all relatively decent in this matchup. I think it's probably the Consume. Because then I can play this and this next turn. Gorgon's Ormu is not really very scary for me. The next turn I could use Hero Power plus Table Flip, that clears, but I think I want to get this online. AoE these two, and then play this down. Because it means that they may end up just going for the buff, and then I can use my Table Flip to clear whatever I need to.
Ready to plunder.
That's a bit scary, though, that spaceship, though, how they're getting all those good buffs on it. Okay, Missile Pod's fine. Forge of Wills into this, I can get a guaranteed 15-15. This is dealing 7, 8. I'll just play the Forge of Wills here, and then I'll use the Consumes this turn, just so I'm not wasting the extra mana, but it also means that if I need to, I can get the 8-8 ready as well. Okay, so I can clear that using my Cavern. The Starship is a little bit scary. So play down my Jailer. It's guaranteed to get a Ceaseless, or I can grab the 612 if I want to. I think it's just Ceaseless here though. Get the biggest stats onto the board. Use the AoE so it clears. Use the rush onto this. I'm just hoping that doesn't get poisonous now, because it will have the 1 AoE proc afterwards. And then I hit into that. Hit into that. Does it mean it forces them in, if they do have the backstage bouncer, they need to do a trade? The good thing about it is though, even though it would clear my board, it means that it would still, the buffs wouldn't, the other 5 damage and the 2 damage to all enemies wouldn't apply for it. Wouldn't apply for the poisonous. Okay, so they're using that so they can deal 20. That doesn't really feel correct. Oh, okay, that is correct. With a lock on. They're just sending that damage face. Reverberations onto this. I can then do the AoE to the board. It gets me some more health as well. I'll use hero power here to draw another card, and then I'll use my dude to get me another card as well. I've got 2 table flips in this hand, so I'll be able to clear whatever they send out. I've also got the Karrigan too. Okay. Actually, that is a little bit scary. 1, 2. I can clear it. Table flip plus. So table flip deals a big board of damage. Second table flip. And the eradication. And draw a card. Their gym Reyna would be very scary. Because that Starship was massive. With dealing 5 damage. Okay. It doesn't have Wind Fury. This only draws 1 card out of the deck. So use this first. Gets me an extra 4 health. Use the Worm. Gets me the Cavern. Use the Cavern to deal the AoE. And then use Consume on the Cavern as well to heal up. They shouldn't have enough damage to be able to take this out. Okay, so they're getting a taunt. Don't really care too much about that. This won't kill if I do play it down. I'd have to use my rush, so I could go this plus hero power would more than likely kill that than the rush. Could play down my Ceaseless Expanse. Okay, it's got taunt at the moment, so I do need to be careful of that. So I can go Carrigan. It puts me up to 10. Hero power, and then I'd have to use the rush onto it.
Here I come, ready or not.
Okay, so hit that. Rush onto my 2/5. Play this down just so it's ready, and then trade. I don't think this deck runs any burst damage that would be able to deal with this. They've already used one of their lift-offs in their starport. That's just going to get them an 8/8, but I don't really care about that. The other thing to think about is if they get the Shuttle Block. The tank doesn't deal lethal because I'm up to 10. Actually, if they'd gotten the weapon, that would have been lethal. Dealing 3 to me. Play the Ceaseless Expanse down.
And I will bring destruction.
Use the Furnace Fuel. Reduces down the cost of this to 2. Play this down. Then use Symphony of Sins. I'm hoping for the heal one. It is... remove the top 6 cards. Pass. So they've still got a Thrall's Gift, potentially. That could be a little bit scary. They have hero power available still. I think it may end up being this turn maybe just reverberations onto the 0/1. Oh, I can't do that now. Okay, got the extra health.
Alright, I'm out.
GG's. We might change deck shortly. We're doing well with this one, but I think that it seems like it's going to be a relatively decent contender in this current metagame.
Watch your
Might do a switch to a different deck just so we can see what they're like. I'm just going to keep one of the worms, get rid of Carrigan, get rid of Phantom of the Opera. I don't need two because I could potentially draw one off my other one. I got two frackings this turn as well, so playing against a Protoss Rogue, I don't really mind too much if I discard stuff. Okay, so use the fracking. I'll keep the Ceaseless Expanse, I think. Because I've already got a worm in my hand anyway. Just hero power and chill. The next turn I'll be using the worm. It gets... Actually, hold on. The worm will put me up to 10 cards. I'm playing Weapon Rogue. Okay, so I actually probably want to be cycling through my deck as quickly as possible so I can get this online. Bonus fuel. Play this, and chill. It gets me up a little bit extra health. Okay. So play the cavern down, use the coin, and I'll use hero power. Jailer's decent. I'll use this as well just so the prop can be ready. The Jailer I can use on on turn 6 to be able to get a 6/12 at the moment. Lyra's Gift gives them another buff. They're up to dealing 7 per turn, 9 per turn. So I definitely need a heal this turn to be able to cope with that. Reverberations doesn't really help right now, I'll just use the fracking. I don't even know if I survive this turn, so that's a problem with this. Like, if I play it...
So many possibilities.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with this.
My hand is too full.
Play down this. They're up to 9, that's the issue. Draw 2 Zerg cards, I could get a consume. 2 consumes. Okay, puts me up to 23. Don't know if I want my giant active this turn or not. I think I will just to make it so it's a bit scarier for them. Next turn I can still use Jailer. So if they don't get another sharp shipment, I should be able to stabilize somewhat. A deafen would be a little bit scary because it would deafen the taunt minion, but I think I do stabilize if they don't get one of the 3/3s, but then again they're not going to be dealing enough damage like that anyway.
too soon.
What are they currently choosing? It's a stick up, isn't it? think they may have left. Turn 6, turn 7, turn 8. Play down Jailer, get a 6/12 onto the board. Then go face with the 8/8. I don't think that there's really any way they can deal with this now because, like, they've got... They need a Deafen to be able to get through that, but they also don't have enough buffs, so if they don't have a Sharp Shipment, there's no chance of coming back here. Okay. GG. Alright, we'll do another game. How many wins have I got in a row so far? 4. That's decent. Against this current metagame, this is a relatively strong deck. Without Cycle Rogue being around, it does make it a lot stronger, obviously. But Cycle Rogue was definitely a big detriment to this because you couldn't get all your stuff online. The Consume also is quite good as well in terms of getting your health total back. I think this person, I've played them in the past, they were using Weapon Rogue. But it was a while ago now, like it's been a while since. Okay, I'm just using Fracking turn 1. I think it's this, because if they are playing Weapon Rogue, Table Flip isn't very useful. They're playing Protoss. Play this down. Next turn's gonna be Worm. They're just trading, that's all good. So I got up to... Hold on, so I got up to 8, 9 cards. So the Worm isn't exceptionally good. Just use it anyway. Get the Carragans, that's going to be a good turn 6 play for me. I can play this down next turn in addition to a Consume. I don't think there's a terrible overdraw here. Like, obviously one of my late game cards would be bad, but I don't think it matters too much. Okay. This clears. It gets me an extra 2 health back. This sets up my board a bit better. But then I can use Reverberations plus if I need to take it out. I think I just go for this, take out their dudes and just chill this turn. Because it gets me the extra health back, and then I'm probably more of the control-y deck than they are. Using Gear Shift now, so they'll just get some random sort of cards. I can use this next turn, I can use Consume next turn if I need to heal up. In fact, I can just get the Giant out whenever I want since I have 2 Consumes. The Harp's decent here, so I think I just go Harp, play down this, and play down this. It gets me an extra draw, but it also means that I get a little bit of extra health back using the Harp. I don't know if this is going to be the turn 6 play. Like, it's a decent play in terms of getting the stuff out, but the issue is it will mean that I'll overdraw. And the other thing to think of is it also may have more value otherwise. I got 2 asteroids with that. Are they using the giants? They are. So this is a Protoss cycle rogue.
My time is almost up.
gGAAA gets me a 612. That's not really enough for this. So if I go reverberations onto this, I trade into this, and then I can use table flip and consume. It gets me back my health total, but it also means that I've cleared those giants away.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection.
They're getting another Protoss minion, so that might be a gGAAA, or it'll be the 512. The 3-3-1, which becomes the 5-3. Putrid gets me a little bit extra health, but I don't think I want it. I'm just going to use the gGAAA now, and it's a guaranteed for the 612 Titan. And I'll just AoE here and get 8-8 onto the board. Just to threaten them a little bit with my board.
Stand with me.
Okay. So Void Ray, 2 Void Rays does clear those. Looks like they're trading the other ones. So this turn I think it's just Karrigan and then Hero Power. Yeah, Karrigan, Hero Power, and then I only need to clear 1. And go face. My Ceaseless Expanse will be online soon as well, so we'll be able to use Forge of Wolves plus Ceaseless Expanse. They're using their Ceaseless. If that's not a Shadow Step or something, they're in a little bit of trouble.
You have won this day.
Yep. Okay, next game. Priest. So this will probably be Mothership Priest.
Shall be mine.
So I more than likely want to just be searching for the wheel. Turn 1 fracking's always good. Get the Worm out of the deck. I've already got a 2-1 and I don't really need the Cavern that badly. Okay, play down my Elementrium, because then it gets me an extra card out of my deck for me. Coin. Love Everlasting. Would they be playing Reno still? I don't think it's that likely. I'll use the Worm here. It gets me an extra card draw out of my deck. I got a Karrigan, so next one is guaranteed for Consume. Okay, so I got Protoss. They've got a Love Everlasting still on the board. I can use this if I want to take it out. Worm gets me the 2 consumes. So maybe I use Worm here. So that's gonna make me overdraw. That was a mistake. I wasn't paying attention enough.
What a surprise! We must make haste.
It's fine. Okay, so they're getting a bunch of their dudes reduced down. These are taking double damage now. So I can go this, or I could go that. I think it's gonna be this one. Use a hero power to see what I draw into. Got a Forge of Wills, so I can just AoE. Don't really want to be taking that much damage, so I think I'm gonna have to just clear. I do have the AoE with the with this if I need to. Might just hold because I know that Protoss doesn't really do too much in terms of dealing a lot, like large amounts of burst. Use this to take out the board. Their motherships are going to be really cheap now. Consume can then clear this. Just chill. If they don't have a mothership, I'm okay. If they do, I don't think it's the end of the world.
Annihilation commencing. Annihilation commencing.
So how much is their mothership being reduced down by? They've had
How to toy
4 sentries or 5? 4 sentries and a proton cannon. So I can play the Zergling here. It deals more damage to these. I'll just see how they land. And I can use this to get more procs, and I can get this back as well. Get another one of my lavas. Can use their reverberations if I want to on their Protoss dude, but the issue is that they can, if they play down the mothership, they will be able to get a big buff through it. Like they could potentially get a bunch of different activators from it. I do really want to get another my Forge of Wills online.
Stand with me.
Okay, how did that become free? Love Everlasting. Okay, so they're sending all that damage phase. I can use Table Flip. Then if I use this, it gets me the 2 extra health dudes back. And I'm assuming that that card in their hand, because they used the Pendant of Earths, so I'm assuming that's going to be a Mothership because they probably run a list that only has a few minions in it. They've already used 2 Void Rays.
What to choose?
So let's go Sludge, Sludge, and Face. I should have done it the other way. Like I should have done this. I ended up doing some damage. The Sludge does get back a little bit of health though.
We are the voice of Iron.
Okay.
We shall serve forever.
It's always just the Destroyer here and sending them to the Shadow Realm. Because then this doesn't activate, they've already used their 2 Protoss minions that came from it.
Our path is clear. I should have taken a vacation ages ago.
Okay, and I'll sell the trade into my Giant. This is guaranteed for the Phantom of the Opera. Then I can use Forge of Wills onto the 15/15. Trade into that. Trade that, go face.
We are the voice of Iron.
Okay, so they're getting 3 of those ships. Reverberations is just lethal. Is that correct? 29, this doesn't get any health back.
You have won this day.
Okay, that was a close sort of game, but I feel like the priest deck doesn't have enough action to it. Like the value you get from Mothership doesn't really feel strong enough to be using. Because when you use it, like it does, you know, it obviously does get you a lot of minions, and they had used a lot of the different procs, but even still, they weren't really able to do very much, even with, you know, sending out a 5 mana Mothership and a 5 mana carrier. This is a pretty weak hand though, so we'll see how we go against a Death Knight. Table flip's okay because I will be going wide, I'm assuming. Okay, just hero power and chill. Next turn's gonna be Worm, pretty much certainly. I don't have a way to clear that, and they're gonna get the Infester out with it, but yeah, there's nothing I can do to clear it, so I'll just use Worm. That's another Worm in a Cavern, that's alright. Infester gets procced. I'm gonna have to clear this. Like I'm too worried that they're gonna have something to deal with it. So it's always you go table flip, it clears these, and then you play down the cavern. So be it. Hold on, that Zerg's got an extra buff. Never mind. Take out that. I forgot about the extra buff that gets provided by the buff of that when it's reborn. Okay, I want to get Forge of Wills online so I can use the Jailer. Use the fracking here to see what I end up getting. I think it's the Cavern. And I'll put the Forge of Wills down, so then next turn I can use Jailer. They're posing 9 damage on board. Okay. Coin. Viper? Oh. See, this doesn't clear because they've got the extra buffs that are going onto their dudes. This can get me some consumes. But I don't know if that's going to do enough still, so I'll use the fracking here. I can grab another consume if I want, but I lose so much if I don't get at these other two. I think I've got to go to the Lord of the Opera. Deal at AoE. I have to get this online. Take out that. Yeah. They still got too much damage being posed here. Like, I don't want to get these procs off, but it's probably gonna be too much for me. Doesn't look like they have a way to clear that. Interesting. So with these, I need to get a rush out with this. Clear the 9/7. There's still a lot of damage on board. If I use this, I think they still have lethal. Maybe I'll use this first to see what I end up drawing into. Table flips not great, because I don't have enough, I have too many cards in my hand. Use this again. Yeah, that's not great. GG. The Viper hitting my Jailer was definitely the swinging point in that game. Because if I had access to that Jailer, I would have been able to I wouldn't have had to have gotten rid of my Titan, which would have been relatively useful going into the future turns, and I would have also had a big dude on the board. A big taunt on the board. Okay, playing a Warrior. I've got the win card, so just keep everything else. I don't want to use any frackings this game, because if I use fracking, I may end up getting rid of something important for the win condition. Okay, just chill. Use this turn 2, turn 3. This might be turn 3. It just depends on if they have any starships that I want to take out. Okay, so using liftoff, it just gets a 2-1. I don't really care. Turn 3. Play this. That's decent. Just trade. There's no point not trading into that. I've got to consume, so the next 2 cards is guaranteed Kerrigan and consume. So use this. And then play down the cavern and just AoE. Next turn I'm probably playing down the Forge of Wills. 2-1. I need to get my my harder curve down. My later curve down and out of my deck. So I'll play the half now just to get it out of my hand. I think it might be fracking now. Get the Destroyer. Because with the Destroyer, it means that when they do their Zilliax, I can just clear it, and it just removes it completely from play.
Stop and smell the flowers.
What's that star? That starship's not really doing anything to me, anything concerning to me at the moment. I'll keep this to be able to clear the board when I need it. Okay. I can use the Furnace Fuel now to get it out of my hand. Use the fracking as well. I think it's Jailer. Because the Jailer can then get me this, the Ceaseless Expanse out of my deck. Use the table flip to get rid of these dudes. Just hit the proc. I don't want to give them Zilliax just yet. Okay, so they're killing their own minion. We'll be able to see what they end up getting out of it. They got Ham. It's a little bit painful with Ceaseless going, but I don't care that much. Play down the Jailer. Get the Phantom of the Opera. I can launch I launched this one on the right because this one's closer anyway. Just trade into it because I don't really want them to getting any more buffed. Next time I can just use Wheel of Death. Roll's fine. It's a 1 in 3. They got the best of the 3. I don't really care though. It's not really a big concern because I still have, I have Wheel next turn. They're not posing any sort of real damage towards me. And I've got this to be able to take out their Ziliax. I've got the Harp online as well. If I need to, I can use the 2 Forge of Wills onto this. That is a little bit of a problem, the Furnace already activating my stuff. I do have Symphony of Sins to make sure it doesn't do anything bad worse to me, but Furnace Fuel being in my deck did clear out a decent amount of my Harp. I've got an ETC. I don't think that really matters. And they're launching their Starship. Okay. So, I think it's just played out my hero. It clears most of the board. And I can just use this to clear those. I could have used that if I needed to. Is it worthwhile playing Phantom the Opera now? Not really, I can use Forge of Wills with it next turn. Okay. What? I don't know what they were planning with that. These are going to create another 2 for me, and I just go face with this. These create 2 more, and the TNTs just don't do anything. Okay, so I keep 1. Blade Storm goes. I just chill this turn. There's not really anything I need to do.
And I will bring destruction.
There's 1 TNT left in their deck. I don't really want to take that amount of damage to the face. So I'll just use the reverberations here. It's a lot safer. Just hit that. And we'll just chill. So there's one TNT left in that deck.
Let's make it count.
I don't really care about that. I've got two Wheel of Deaths available. Oh, so this is the last turn for Wheel of Death. So I think the only thing I don't want it to hit is the Titan. This is the last turn. So just play down the Destroyer and then use the sending everyone to the Nether. Yeah, that didn't feel correct, the Bombast, because since I still had the Lavas on the board, it meant that I could just fill my hand up and just chill. I didn't have to do anything. They did get my Ceaseless Expanse, so that's something that could have been a problem going into future turns. But the fact that the Ceaseless Expanse, they played down their Ceaseless Expanse and I was able to clear it relatively easily, meant that, you know, the game was essentially over from there. Okay, so I'm playing against another Priest. I don't want to use fracking in this matchup, so I'm just gonna full clear everything. The Worm's really good and so's the Harp, so I'll go turn 1 Harp, turn 2 Hero Power more than likely. So it's gonna be the Elementium. Okay, so turn 2 is using this, turn 3 is going to be the Worm pretty much, guaranteed. Because they're going to be pretty passive for most of the game anyway, like they could possibly get the Protoss dude out. Actually, it won't be this turn anyway, the 3-4, because they've only just got the coin. So yeah, there's nothing they can really do this turn. So I'll use the Worm here, and just go face with this. I get a Cavern, which will be good for me for next turn, so I can go... Next turn I can go Hero Power plus Cavern. They're getting 2 copies of that, I don't really care too much. This will clear that one, and this can clear that one. Use my Hero Power first to see what I draw into. Just AoE and then use this. Okay, and just end. So I'm looking for my wheel, more than likely. Wheel will do quite a lot. This can do quite a lot to take out at least one of the motherships. Coin. Chrono Boost, so they're gonna send out those dudes. I don't know why they'd use the coin. That was a mistake, probably. Symphony of Sins, I don't really want to use that right now. So I think I just play down the Forge of Wills and just chill for the turn. Getting another 3-4 out, which is a little bit scary. As long as if I get a table flip relatively soon, I just can clear it. So use Furnace Fuel. I got the table flip that I need, so it goes this, then the table flip. Didn't really matter about the order for that. I can get an 8-8 online if I want to. I think I should, just in case. Or I could, because next turn I'm going to get the 15-15 anyway, so if they have the Shadow Word Ruin, they'll end up using it this turn. Send the buff out, and I'll use a Hero Power as well to draw an extra card. So if they have the Shadow Word Ruin, it means that it's protecting the Jailer turn. Okay, Creation Protocol. So it's possible they just will go for the Amanthal here. Trade. It's a little bit scary. So reverberations. So they used their bird watching to get their other one. The creation protocol was to get these as well. I can use my other reverberations on it too if I wanted to. Or maybe I use the fracking here to see if I get a table flip or something. This is okay. So if I trade here, that doesn't guarantee the takeout on it though, so just send this damage face, I guess, and then do this. It will take out at least one of them.
Stand with me.
Okay. They're just trading, so that's fine. This turn I can just play down this dude. Get my Ceaseless Expanse out of my deck. And then I can use the buff onto it as well. I don't really want to use hero power here, so I'm just going to pass. They didn't have the Shadow Word Veron last turn, so they won't have it this... I doubt they'll have it this turn too. Okay, they're getting a mothership. Okay. They're getting the big dude from that too. That's incredible. Okay, do I have another reverberations? Yes. So I go reverberations onto this. Table flip. And then trade. And then this will clear those. Just use this to draw an extra card out of my deck. Just pass. This clears that. They probably... I think they got the best possible cards they could get from that one. From that mothership. Another Dark Templar. Okay, so they're using that to trade. It's got a Divine Shield now as well. So I just played this down. I can clear. Should I get my Bread Queen online now? I could. That needs to go. I'll hold the Ceaseless for a little while longer because I don't think they'll run Ceaseless. The wheel's still in my deck, so I can't play Bird Queen right now. So use this, it will clear both of them. And then I use a Consume onto my dude. Hero power to draw a card. And I think we're just chilling.
We are the voice of Aggro.
Carrier has arrived. Release the interceptors.
Okay, play down the Destroyer, send everyone to the Nether, and play down the Phantom of the Opera. So they've got another mothership in their hand. A Mantha will clear the Phantom of the Opera and then the Titan. There's 10 cards left in their deck. I really do want to get the wheel online. But if they get another charge minion, it can be a concern. So if I play the harp, it defends me for a few turns. Can they get another charge minion? They've used both their chrono boosts. I don't think they can get another charge minion, so I'm just going to use wheel here. And I'll just hold this for a turn.
Beyond belief.
We are the voice of Aggro.
Okay, so they're playing down 2 motherships. This is going to give a buff to another mothership. Well, they got the Dark Templars, GG. Yeah, you don't need to keep playing down like crap. That still feels really slow. Like it beat me, but they got a lot of the Templars. Like you, with how many they got, they definitely kicked above their averages in terms of the minion pool for Protoss minions. Okay, we might switch deck. Let's go Zerg. Zerg Hunter for a little while. Okay, so what have I got? Playing against a Paladin, so they'll be using the Starship more than likely. Lanessa's sometimes used by this deck. Like sometimes it uses the Lanessa build as well. Keep the Observer of Myths, get rid of that. You want to keep the Trap? Yeah, I'll keep the Trap as well, so I'll use the Spawning Pool turn 1. Turn 2 is probably Observer of Myths.
In the rear with the gear.
They got the card. Okay, play this down. Proc it. And just chill. What was that card? Noble Minibot. After this attack gives a random minion in your hand +1/1.
No one's going to believe
Play this down. I'm hoping they don't have another magnetic. If they do, we'll see. Yeah, if they have another magnetic, I don't think it's the end of the world for me. Liftoff's fine. So next turn I go spawning pool to get them all to have rush, play this down, coin into the Hydralix. Okay, so I've got to trade this and this. This can go face. Okay, 2-star ports.
Engine screaming.
Those are really bad ones for them to have gotten against me. Use the tracking here. Grab the Roach, it gets me an extra one into my hand too. Lay down this Zergling and then use the buff. What? Why didn't that proc? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Trade here. Go face. The problem is that they're going to be able to clear the board, like I can trade that and then clear the board doing that. Summon 2 Marines. Because this starship becomes a was reduced down enough for them. Okay. So just use this, and I'm hoping for explosive trap, I guess. Play down the ice trap. Explosive trap will at least clear most of them. I'll grab the ice trap because if they the bait and switch would just be clearing the stuff that I'd be clearing anyway. So checking for freezing trap then. Okay, so hitting into there. If I need to, I can take control of this starship. And trade if this works. If it doesn't work, I think I probably lose. We'll just see what the next card is.
Reporting for duty.
Repair in progress.
I think it's always Grifter here. So play the Scout, play Grifter. I'm hoping for a take control of an enemy minion. And I can take control of this one. And then send it into here. So it means they don't get the extra buff from there. Oh, that's lethal. That could deal a lot of damage, jeez. It felt like they were the rushing deck rather than me that game. Okay, playing against a Druid. The only Druids that I've played against so far have been Dungar Druids, so I'm just going to assume it is a Dungar Druid. I'm just going to full get rid of everything. I really want Niall. 2 Roaches, that's not good. Because they don't get the proc since they're in my opening hand. Just pass, can't do anything with that. Next turn's bird watching, I guess. Not really great, but I think that's probably going to be the thing. Yep, bird watching. Niall's always the pick there. Okay, coin, new heights. Quite likely they are playing Dungar. Play down the Niall and pass. Next turn I go tracking to see what I end up getting, and then it'll probably be these dudes. Trail mix and bottomless toy chest. So that will be for the crystal, the cluster, and then they can get Dungar the following turn. They chose that really quickly, so I'm assuming it was Dungar. I need to threaten some damage then. So use the hero power. Get the Hydralisk. Play down Observer of Mist and play down Zergling and go face. So next turn I can go Roach into Hydralisk. Doing another new heights. And a swipe. Okay, that's fine. So I still have access to my tracking, so I'll use tracking here. Grab the Carrigan. Grab the spawning pool. Drop it down, and I'll use it. Gets me the extra dudes into my hand. Get the Parrot Sanctuary down just to get it ready, and then I'll put down the Zergling and go face. Because it means that it's still developing somewhat of a board to be pressuring them. That's a Crystal Cluster, so they may have the Dungar now. That's 7 damage on board. I don't think it's ever lethal here. This deals 6. It's 13. Myths might get... I think Myths gets me there. Bird Watching doesn't though. Use the Bird Watching. Get on the Hydralisk. Because that can deal some more damage into them. Can use Parrot Sanctuary here. Play down the Roach. Use the Parrot Sanctuary again. Play down the Hydralisk. Gets them quite low. They're not there yet. Just pass. Did I have lethal possibly that turn? I don't think so. Okay, so they're getting back the extra 8. I don't know what they take out here. They probably just take out... No, you don't take out Niall here. You take out a Zerg. So that shows that they don't have Dungar, but that pendant they chose as well. I don't know. Okay, so spawning pool always. Parrot Sanctuary always. Play down the Zergling. Rush into this. Lay down the Roach. Rush into this. Lay down the Zergling again. Use this. Go face, and that should be lethal. Yeah. So what I was trying to do then was I wanted to make sure that I had like if I traded into that, it still would be losing the 2 damage anyway, so it wasn't any point trading before using the Hydralisk.
Rexar!
Okay, I got Niall in the opening hand. That's always going to be a strong start. Trade away these two. Keep those. Okay, spawning pool turn 1. Turn 2, turn 3, I think. Turn 1, use the spawning pool. This Parrot Sanctuary is really strong as well because it allows you to get out your cheap dudes, and it also can combo around the roaches and things. So you're able to essentially get a full board in a single turn because of it. So yeah, turn 2, I'd say, is going to be the worm. Yeah, turn 2 worm. Gets me another spawning pool, so I'm going to play that down as well. I get a Hydralisk as well, so that reduces down the cost. So I should be able to establish a decent board. They don't have any... If they... It could be a little bit scary if they end up getting the Infester plus Horn plus Death Rattle. They don't have it though. Got an Observer of Myths. So, play down the spawning pool. I want to clear their board so I don't have to worry about it. Parrot Sanctuary is the best way to do it. So, Parrot Sanctuary, use it. Lay down the Zergling. Parrot Sanctuary again. Lay down the Zergling. Okay, so trade these. Parrot Sanctuary. Use the Hydralisk. And it's gonna kill those two. Okay. So I'm not out of the woods just yet because, like, they've still got the buff going onto those dudes now. So I'm gonna need my Observer of Myths buffs to occur. I think I'm gonna have to use this next turn. What's it gonna get? Could get a Zergling, Roaches, Hydralisk, or Kerrigan. They didn't really do anything that turn. So maybe I just play down the Niall and get set up a little bit more. Use a hero power. Alien Encounters. Just go face, there's no point trading. I want to be able to keep the Zergs onto the board. If I trade it, it means they can get access to that as well. Okay, they're using their spawning pool. Okay. Alright, Sanctuary is decent. So I'll use the Worm here. Gets me a Zergling and a Roach. I get an extra Roach as well through that. I'll use a Tracking too to see what I get. I'll get another Alien Encounters. I might have to use the pool here. I think I do, so I'll play this down first. Use this, play this. Then it means that I don't overdraw my hand. This trade's here, this trade's here. This trade's here. This can go face. And that can trade into here. Okay, next turn. Still not sitting that pretty just yet. Like this will probably they'll probably end up trading is my guess.
The citadel stands strong.
If I get a tracking, that'd be really strong. What a sack is all I can say. Tracking, I'll take the Kerrigan, thank you. Play down my Zergling so my hand's reduced down. Use another tracking. I'll grab the Titanforge traps to set me up. Play down an Observer of Myths and then play down an Alien Encounters. It means, like, because they'll probably do have the Summoning Pool activator for it, but this should be decent enough at the moment to deal with their stuff. With their spawning pool, they'll probably be able to clear this, but then then I'll be able to next turn get the Kerrigan online. They're just acting their one. They can clear 2. Okay. They can trade like that, I guess. One of Winter is decent because then they can use this to be able to deal into the other minions. But I think you always trade, then use it. Because if it only hits these once, it's not feeling very good. Yep.
Too bad.
Okay. Alright, so they've got a lot of buffs now and things like that. I'm in a not great position now, so I'll use the Titanforge traps to get some stuff. Hidden Meaning. I'll do bait and switch because I'll be able to get the buffs onto it with the alien encounter. Play down Zergling, play down Observer of Myths, play down alien encounters. It allows you, so it's that order because then you can get the bigger buffs onto these dudes. My Kerrigan can still clear stuff of theirs. So like it will be able to, it can clear their minions at the moment because they've only got one Infester buff right now. They don't have another spawning pool, so that means they don't have the rush stuff yet. So they may be using a Viper right now. Viper doesn't, like, I don't think a Viper would be able to get the explosion onto my dudes. Because it's a 1 in 3.
Eyes on the horizon.
Okay. They got a bit better with their hits. I get the Hidden Meaning off, which is good. That gives the buff to these guys.
I swear I saw it. Hold it.
Trade here. Because it means that the AoE will hit those. Then my next AoE I can use to clear it. Tracking first because I'm going to be over my cards anyway. Grab the bird watching, I guess. And then use Carrigan, so I'll clear the board, aside from that one. Then we'll go back to this stalemate. A Viper would be a little bit scary right now still. But they still have only got one Infestor proc, so that's what I'm glad about. They haven't used any of their spawners either. They've only used one spawning pool, so they still have another one in their deck. Okay. So that's fine. Don't really care. Hydralisk is a little bit more scary. So this will probably clear this, like they don't have enough mana for it. Okay. So these aren't great at the moment, I don't have anywhere to rush them. The Parrot Sanctuary means I can summon out a lot more dudes. So use this. Parrot Sanctuary, use this. Parrot Sanctuary, get this. I'll use my bird watching. Grab at the Grifter. We'll use this. What do I end up killing? Not too much. Gonna have to take out the 6-2. They still got 9 damage on board. I don't really like my odds here.
Let's have some fun.
So that will be a spawning pool, more than likely. Okay. So they got a bit better with their trades just then, but they still can't lethal just yet. Okay, so play this, use the Grifter. I think that's game. So the doing the 6 damage would have been lethal that turn, that's the reason why I did it.
What to choose?
Yeah, I don't have a way to deal with this. GG.
That is enough.
That was my only out, really. Like, I could have drawn the 3 cards, but there's not really enough in my deck that I'd be able to use to deal with their board. Okay. We'll just do a few more and then I'll probably head off. We'll do some Control Warrior games and then that'll be probably it.
Garrosh versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
Victory or death!
Okay, what are we playing against Mage? I should be able to out-heal a Mage against... I should be able to out-heal a Mage. So get rid of Jim, get rid of Inventor. I'll keep the Sanitize just in case I need to have a board. This This is a close rank match. One difference. It's for all the glory. I think I'll just use the sanitize here and just get the forge online. Okay, so they're getting a shield battery, that's fine. Use this, and then hero power. It means that I clear the 2-2 from dealing more damage to me. Get extra armor as well. Don't really have any sort of plays at the moment. I'm just chilling. I'm hoping to get something relatively soon, but I've gotten a lot of my later game curve so far. Okay, just get this buffed up, I guess, in hero power. I'm only taking 1 damage from that at the moment. Once you factor in the hero power. Okay, so they've got their second Chronos boost on, so that means that they've got 4 procs, they're dealing 5 extra damage. Don't have anything right now. Next time I'm probably just gonna have to use... I could use Ham. That might be okay, actually. Not with this board, because it's likely they've got what they need anyway from the stuff, from the chrono boosts they've used. At the moment they're dealing 12. Warp gate's fine. I am a little bit worried about if they 14. I've actually got something to think about now. So they're dealing 14 at the moment. That's 19th, so it can't be lethal though with that because they've already used this.
What now?
So is it Ham?
There's always room for dessert.
Might have been that actually, because then I could get the crystal out. Artificer doesn't mean anything.
Stand with us.
Okay. So they're dealing 14 at the moment. So just hero power and then sanitize. It clears that. The big dude is a bit scary. Hard pull crystal. They're probably gonna get the photon cannon out with that.
Our path is clear.
They still have another 2 Protoss cards in their deck. It's dealing 18 now. Ziliax doesn't save me. They've certainly got it in their hand. So play these down, I guess, and then just chill. I think that's still lethal. Yeah. GG.
Operation.
It It is a little bit tricky if they get the exact curve and I don't get a curve at all. Like, I just draw all my late game stuff. Oh. Let's try again. That definitely didn't show the best way this deck is. So, like, the idea is you're wanting to use your ramp, like new heights and things, and you want to be like, you know, even just getting any sort of armor up things as well. You want to be looking at to boost against you know, possible lethal damage and things. Getting the defense crystal as well was a little bit late. A change that I could have done in that game was I could have gone for the Tortillan Traveler. Because if I had played that down, it would have meant that I would have been a lot safer going into the future turn, because I'm pretty sure it was certain to get out the defense crystal. So I would have then had 2 defense crystals as availability. Okay, spawning pool, I'll use it, that's fine. Mentor boom. Nice and slow. This might be turn 2 play. But it might not be as well, because it just depends what I end up drawing into. Exeter doesn't really fill me with confidence, so I'll just hold it. If I drew a 4-mana minion then, like you know, defense crystal, I would have used it then, but or a lift off possibly, but since there's no point using it like that. I'm just playing their Zergling down. That feels wrong. Lift off is good here, but I'll use New Heights to get the ramp first. Because then I have more access to mana next turn compared to them. I can use Lift off the following turn, because there isn't really anything else that I need to... There isn't really anything I could get with this that would help me in these turns. Lift off and cannon. So I can kill that, but then it will give the buff to those 2. So I think I kill these 2 and let this one live. Okay, that's a little bit punished. I can do another lift off. I don't have any AoE at the moment though, which is a little bit scary at the moment. Lift off doesn't really help me too much. I think I've got to always do a trade here. And then I can launch this, I can do this to hit something, possibly. That's fine, hitting that. And then I can just hero power, I guess. Next turn I can get the Exeter back online so I can get these out of it. If I need to, that is. Okay, they're getting Infestor. Don't care that much about that. Defense Crystal's fantastic here. So use Lift off. And then play down the Defense Crystal. They might still have the buff on their Infestor, but I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter as much now that I've got the Defense Crystal here. The problem is that I'm wasting that essentially 0 mana spell. Okay, so I trade into this. How many have I got? Got 4. I think it's Exodar here. And I'm going to use the one that gains extra armor because getting the value at the moment isn't really necessary. Actually, I've only got 2. Let's grab the armor. Don't have rush. Let's pass. It gets me more established and I can just use it in a later turn to be able to use my, you know, gem, or I can use my Inventor Boom or something. What I do need though is is to get my Ziliax out. Okay, so they're just trading in. I think I just go Brawl here. To trade that, use Brawl. Lay down the starport and then I'll just use it. I'm still waiting for my Ziliax. They're posing 22 damage at the moment, which is a little bit scary.
Let's make it count.
I'm gonna have to launch the starship here.
Let them find their feet first.
Does it have lifesteal? No. Use the hero power to get an extra taunt onto the board.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
I'll hit into that, but they're probably just gonna trade this anyway.
Operation.
Just chill. I really need my Ziliax. Hydration station is decent enough, I guess, though. At the moment. Forge, sanitize would be alright. It's fine. At least I have Ceaseless Expanse if I need it.
Always room for dessert.
Problem is, they've still got very big dudes. Healing 11. And since they've got the Reborn... Defense Crystal's okay.
What about?
So use the starport first. I can do a double Ceaseless Expanse turn. I use this. Play on the coin as well. Then I can also launch the battleship too. So Ceaseless Expanse.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
Zola. Ceaseless Expanse.
I have seen creation, and I will bring
And launch.
destruction.
I've only got 12 damage on board at the moment. They probably will get the freezing weapons, my guess, if it's available for them. Dealing 4. Okay. Get this out and I'll use the forge. They don't have any more Vipers. But the Brood Queens can obviously make those into Vipers. If they deal the 9 damage to here, that means I go down to 9, so those Brood Queens do survive at the moment. Liliac, smile? Still waiting for it. Bombas. That doesn't do anything for me. So at the moment they're dealing 28, 37, 47 damage. Take away 1 set, 1 proc. Yeah, that's lethal.
Alright, I'm out.
Okay, playing as another Death Knight. I think Death Knight's obviously a favorite of people's. Just get rid of those. Keep the cannon. These two are dead cards at the moment. Turn 2 is going to be New Heights because I have a turn 3 play with Liftoff. Actually, it's just going to be Starport, I think. Because using the Starport means I can get the procs activated for me and start establishing stuff. Brood Queen. I could go Coin Cannon and get rid of it. I think that's probably going to be the play because I don't want it to get heaps of value. Next turn I can get the Starport online. During 2 more Zerg cards. Spawning pool's fine here. 2 spawning pools. Okay, I think I go... We'll just see what I draw, but I think it's going to be New Heights. Yeah, New Heights here. Just to get more mana. Liftoff then can summon most of the things that you can get through liftoff. Okay, 2 damage, 2 marines, and kills on launch. Okay, they probably have the combo here with the infestor. Yep, and then the dude, death growl. So I trade into this so they can't get like a, or they could have the yodeler. So I think I'm just gonna full trade this. Ham's decent. No, I'll use the liftoff because I may end up getting something that's more useful, which I didn't. I don't know if I can take out all these. So 2 goes into here, 2 goes into there, 3 goes into here. Yeah. 2, 1, 3. Doesn't feel great doing that, but it's gonna be the safest way. I can use the cannon next turn if I need to. Yeah, I haven't really seen I haven't really liked any of the I haven't really liked any of the Protoss decks. They seem all too weak. Okay, if I launch the Starship here, it deals 2 to everything. Kills 2 minions. And it's gonna take 4. Yeah, so I'll launch it now. Kills those, it kills that, that goes. That takes out those. Jeez, they still have all that on the board. Gross. Didn't even feel like I did anything then. Okay, so they still have a Zerglings. I can relaunch that, I can resummon it, but I don't think that's really worthwhile. I think I've just got to relaunch. Which doesn't really feel good either. There's still 24 damage sitting on board. This isn't doing anything at the moment. I'm just gonna have to relaunch. Okay, so it deals 2, kills that. Kills that. Kills that. And use this to get rid of another dude. They still got this spawning pool, which is really scary for me as well. As soon as that goes, I'm a little bit safer. Okay, they've got another Baneling, so they can't get rid of the board just yet, but if they have another Viper, I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay, so they're just trading into those, that's fine. The AoE doesn't kill that. The problem is this is just summons a 2/2, like it doesn't really do anything. It's a Viper. Could be a Viper. Hydralisk. What's in my hydration station? Nothing except the battle cruiser. Wait, the battle cruiser isn't even that because it doesn't have taunt. Yeah, I don't think I have anything here. I think this only summons one. Yeah. GG.
I'm out.
Sure. Did I end up playing the Death Knight? I think I only played it once. We can go a few games of this and then just go from there. Just re-answering the question about Protoss decks, I haven't really played too many because they do all seem quite weak. The Priest one, I did get high rolled one of the games. Like, they used a mothership, and each of the times they got the Templars. That ended up being really strong when they actually hit those. But it seemed really slow. If they hadn't have got those as well, it would have been a pretty easy game for me. The Rogue probably is the best of them, but I'm still not 100% sold on it as well. Because if you don't get your prep and your Chronos boost, you end up being really far behind. Yeah. They play the Buccaneer, go face. Next turn's gonna be Infestor. I've yet to lose to a Priest or Mage since this expansion. Maybe you'll see the Sonya combo this game. Seems like it can come up as early as turn 6. Where you can get 4 of them down. Yeah, because the cover artist ends up creating the Sonya, creating the buff dude, doesn't it? Yeah, the Archon. Oh, the Weapon Rogue. Okay. So, if it's Weapon Rogue, what am I seeing right now? Do I use any taunts in this deck? I don't know if I deal enough damage. Let's get that out, I guess. Jeez. I'll tell you, that was a turn they had. If I get the Yodeler, I think that's lethal. I think that's my only way of lethal. If this is deafen, it's not. Let me guess. Show me the deafen. Yeah, there's fun decks around, and then there's someone playing Weapon Rogue on day 2 of the expansion. Is that lethal? I think that's lethal. Easy. Take that, Weapon Rogue. There was another, like, I think that was possibly the only way I could have won that game. think that was the only card that could have won me it, besides from obviously getting the Infestor proc twice. Actually, I don't even think that Infestor proc twice would have been lethal.
The Lich King versus the Thunder King.
What I have noticed is Viper is insanely powerful.
Will serve me.
Yeah. Viper is insanely powerful. It's gonna get changed because it's stupid. The fact it gives Reborn is definitely the big issue. Like if it was just get a minion out of your hand and then give them something like, you know, Divine Shield or they immune or something like that, it would be okay. But the fact that you get them the fact you give them something like that is just too overwhelming for anyone, any deck. Trade into this one because they could use Turbolus. A much better Dirty Rat. Okay, they're just trading, I think. Yeah, that's fine. I can then trade into the 1-1. I think I just play down the Brood Queen here. There's no point doing anything else because I highly doubt they'll have a way to clear this. And it just gets me a little bit of extra value. I'm going to try and get my Buccaneer value as well because with the Starships, I do need to have a big board to be able to deal with the AoE that comes from it. Okay, Roach isn't very useful. Get this out so it's out of my hand, and then I'll use the Chillforge Baron. I could have used it, I probably should have gone the other way to just check what I drew into first. And then I'm just going to go face with this. Gets another Lava in my hand. Next, this turn coming, they could use a Liftoff. If they use a Liftoff onto here, they can probably clear my board. SCV also gets them that. So 3 effects plus a 5 damage. Looks like they've got Rush. Infestor, Roach, Infestor. So this one, lay down this Infestor, because it could leave me. I'll activate the Rush guys. Trade into that. And I'll trade this because I don't want them to be able to use the I don't want them to be able to use the what's the card? The Backstage Bouncer. Okay, Siege Tank. Gets me even more buff. My hand's full. I can do double Infestor. And then next turn I can go for the I'll go for the Airlock Breach turn. The Airlock Breach should be enough to be able to survive. I also do have Orbital Moons in this deck, so I'll be able to lifesteal if I need to. Liftoff's fine. I can just trade into that. I'll probably do the AoE here. No, don't do it, don't do it. Feels bad, man. Another Infestor. So here I just play down the Airlock Breach. Trade into that, then trade into here. And then to get my Zerglings down. So if they use the Gym Rainer, I don't think it really does enough for this. Lock on. That clears like that, I guess. the Viper going. Hello. Nice to meet you, backstage bouncer. I'll use my hero power because I can just get rid of one of the 1/1s with that. Trade that. Go into that with the Infestor. Go face. I'll get another set of these out, and I'll play one down just in case they do, like, they get a poisonous or whatever.
Ghost reporting. Ghost
Okay.
reporting.
That didn't mean anything to me. Ghost is a really powerful card in the control matchup, though. You keep track of the amount of Ceaseless Expanse, the amount of cards that have been played in Ceaseless Expanse, and then you can use it to get rid of Ceaseless Expanse in most matchups, because there's not many decks that run a 0 mana card that would be running Ceaseless Expanse. So it's really strong into, like, I think they did Ghost the way they did it so then they could get rid of the infinite combo or reduce down the likelihood of it.
The Lich King versus the Lich King.
Pizza usually plays he usually plays Rainbow. I'll get rid of the Brood Queen as well, I'll just keep these two. Oh, I ended up drawing into it anyway. Okay, so Miracle Salesman. I'll just play this down so I can trade in. It means that for future turns, I can do this to trade to make sure my Buccaneer survives. So like if he plays down a Zergling or something like that, I can just trade into it so then he can't do a 3 damage minion. Okay. So I think it's always hit into one of these, then use the Buccaneer. The only way that gets countered is if he has the Dread Handler plus Horn. So just trade that and then play it down, because I highly doubt that he'd have that sort of combo with the 4 cards in his hand. Okay, got the worm. It's fine. I'll play my Infestor down. Then I'll just trade into one of these Zerglings just in case he has the buff. Next turn's probably going to be using the worm, because I'll be trying to get some of my lower statted stuff out. If he plays Buccaneer, I probably need to take it out just in case. If I'm able to, that is. Okay, I'll use the worm here and see what I end up getting. Spawning pool's decent. I've got another worm as well, so I'll just play down both spawning pools. I'll take out the Zerg just in case they have something, and I'll use both the spawning pools just so they're set up for the future turns.
citadel stands strong.
He's definitely getting some decent value from the Buccaneer, which I do want to deal with, but I don't know if I can at the moment. Okay. I'll use the worm first and see what I get. So I think it's just get some dudes out onto the board. Use the garage. This gets... And I'll play this down as well, just in case, to be able to AoE the board if I need to. It would have been a lot nice. Like, I should have played down a card that was next to this. Like, I probably should have played that one down so I could have put the Orbital Moon onto here. Would have meant that they'd have to force trade and just lose their board. Okay, so he's board locked himself, but he obviously can clear those things too. I think I just trade into the Brood Queen because I don't want him to get any extra lavas than what he has. I can get some more barrages out if I want. I think I will use this. It allows me access to my Brood Queen. Lay down another one of these. Okay, so he still doesn't have any of his buff dudes out yet, so that's a good thing for me. If he has a Viper, it could be a little bit scary. But he still has a lot of stuff just stuck on the board. Okay, Zergling. He's doing a trade to get rid of some stuff. So that gets rid of the other two from the board, so he's not locked anymore. But he still doesn't have any buffs like from the Infestor, so I think I'm relatively safe. Just gonna trade into that maybe. Get another summoning pool. I think let's just play that down. I've got complete control on this game, so I think I just trade here and then just go face, because if he uses some of his minions, it could be a concern for me. So, and I'll also play down this. It does board lock me, but they never run Bob in this list. And it also means that he needs to take out my stuff before he can use Viper to get anything with it. I don't think he can use the taunt. Yeah, GG. It's unfortunate he didn't get any infestors because the game pretty much was over as soon as I got it active and he hasn't had one for the last few turns.
The Lich King versus Nazar.
Okay. I've got Mosh Pit. I'm always trading that away. The Worm's decent, so I think I'll just go Zergling and Worm. The Worm's always going to be quite a strong card to be having. Lay down the Zergling and just pass. Next turn's probably just going to be hero power. I don't want to use up my other... summoning pool. Sorry, my other Zergling before I get a summoning pool. Just go face and pass. Next turn's going to be Worm more than likely. Or, actually, it might be a Brood Queen turn. Okay, so they're using the taunt list. So I'll play down the Brood Queen. They're not doing anything right now, and I'm just gonna chill. That clears those two. Don't really care too much. Play down the Worm. Infestor's a great hit, and another Worm's a good hit. And then I'll just play my Miracle Salesman and just chill. Don't want to trade into that because it's just sitting there anyway. Okay, so they got a few Zerglings down. They can get an AoE onto me if they want. I'm gonna use my other Nidus Worm. It could get me something that I need. Get this out. Play my Infestor. And then I'm also gonna need to play down one of my 1-drops as well. Play this down. And I'm just gonna chill. These two aren't very good, that's the reason why I didn't use them. They could trade into my Miracle Salesman here. It's probably that might be a consume. No. Okay. So I got the buffs all onto my guys now. But they have a really big board. I can play the Infestor down. Then I can play a Baneling, and then I can use Orbital Moon onto it. It gives it Taunt, and it deals with most of this stuff that's here. And I'll just play another one down just in case I need to deal a little bit more to them. The next, like, I really did want to get this online, but I'm too scared of if they establish too much of a board into me. I want to try and get as many of these out before I do, so then they can't, deal too much to me. And this also means that I can use the Carrigan next turn to clear the board as well. They're playing Viper. I just got my Chilled Forge Baron. That's unfortunate, because now they're getting all this Reborn stuff back. Okay, so that gets rid of those. I still have one left, so... okay, they're going to trade, I assume. You always trade into this first. Okay, and then they take some more stuff. They're playing some more Zerglings down. Yeah, that's fine, like, they didn't really establish too much in that turn, and I can just kill it with this. Take them out with this. So use the Carrigan, and then I'm going to use the Barrage to get it back into my hand. It clears everything except these two. And then I get another 2 of these, so I'm hoping for some Vipers or something. If not, I can still use these to be able to get the Ravage onto them. Zergling's fine. I'm hoping they don't have a Viper. Viper's probably the only thing that's relatively scary for me. It's fine. They can't use a Viper now, so it doesn't really matter. They're probably just going to trade, I guess. No, they're not trading. That seems interesting. Okay, so they're going to overdraw as well. Got a Roach. Got an Infestor, if I want it. So none of these are the ones that I really want. I can clear the board using the Baneling if I want to as well. It's always play that down. I guess I just play these dudes down. This is a guaranteed clear if I want to onto that. Play the Roach with it. And I'll just do the AoE. Clears, 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 and that's still alive. Do I care about a little 1-1? Maybe. If it gets reborn, it could be a little bit annoying for me. So I've got another 2 lavas still in my... 3 lavas still in my hand. I've got this so I can clear the board if I need to. I don't think this deck runs Bob, so I don't think it matters too much about getting board locked. Sea Giant, that's fine. I'll get an extra Giant that way. Just trading into there. Okay, so it's... I can use this to get the bigger buffs, and then I can use the Viper. It gives Reborn and everything. And then I can just trade into there and go face. I should have used this first to hit into them. But it's alright. I'll trade away my Snake Oil and see what I end up getting into. But I don't think that I lose from here.
Let's have some fun.
Actually, they could have Ceaseless. Oh, it's running Bulb. Nice. But I still, I don't think that really means too much. Okay, use the Growl there. I'll play down the Hydralis. Play down the Infestor. I should have done, that was the wrong order, but it doesn't matter too much, I don't think. And I'm dealing quite a lot of damage to their face. If they use Ceaseless Expanse, it does clear the board except for that. They could then get Rush onto it. But I think my dudes become too big if that's the case. Okay. That was interesting. Because it's an aura effect, it's not just played onto the minion. I guess that's a good learning experience for them, but being an aura effect means that it's a lot more powerful for you than it is for the enemy. I think Viper will just get changed to 5 mana, to be honest. If they keep the Reborn tag, that's the case. That'll be the case. Infesta, I think's fine, like it is a relatively high roll lead. Maybe they might change it to a 2-2, but I don't think that really means too much to it.
I fight in the name of honor.
All will serve me.
Just trade all this away. I'm looking for the worm. I'm also looking for my turn 1 plays and things. So if they don't play anything down turn 1, I always just play down the Buccaneer. I probably just play it down anyway, because I don't think they'd be able to take it out even if they had a Miracle Salesman on the board.
Want to hear my playlist? Repair in progress.
Never mind, they might be able to clear that. I'll just use hero power here. Better to be safe. What is this? I'll just take the 2 Zerg cards. I'm hoping for a spawning pool. Didn't get one, unfortunately. Just pass. There's no point grabbing this out since it's free for next turn. I think I go the Buccaneer into the Infester.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, I got another worm. I think it's still Buccaneer into Infester. I can grab out the 2 dudes, the little dudes as well. Now, if they trade, it's not great for them. If they don't trade, it means I can use the Viper. Okay, play these. Then I can spread its death rattle onto these 2 dudes. Hit into that. That does a decent amount to them. Then hit into here. So it clears everything except the 5 drop. And I'll just play another one down as well. I think he's hoping for maybe Wind Fury. Rush. Ambassador. Okay, so Rush. What? Okay, base is the place, I guess. It's those. Play the Viper down. Yep, play the Viper down. Whatever. Do they have a minion? No. Trade this. Gets my other dudes bigger. Use the Reborn onto this. And just go face. Don't think like, they don't have a minion in their hand, so it should be fine. Yeah. That deck was interesting. Like, aggressive paladin. I'm only running one Viper in this deck because Viper's strong, but you want to be able to curve out relatively well into your other cards. Just trade away the Viper, keep the Infestor, keep Miracle Salesman. I think this might be an always keep card. So last time they were playing, they were using Protoss. Protoss Rogue, I think. Oh no, it was Cycle Rogue with Protoss minions. Okay, so turn 1, turn 2, probably turn 3. I don't think I played this down. I think I need to get the Infestor to get a little bit bigger, my bigger dudes out. All is fine. They might backstab this. No. Play the Infestor, just trade here. Okay. Gets my dudes a little bit bigger like that. Link. So they're getting a Protoss minion. So that will be one of their dudes, the High Templars. Got another Orbital Moon. So I think I just do the trade first, see what I end up getting from it. Another Zergling. I'm just gonna hold that because if I end up getting a Death Corral, it means that it'll be able to obviously spread onto each of them. Previous purchase kills it, that's fine. Orbital Moon's really strong. Like I've found it to be like almost a win condition with this deck because you stick it onto your Banelings and then you can AoE and get a lot of health back. Play the Zerglings, play the Viper. It should clear. It's just Oracle. It clears out. I obviously was hoping for the Protoss minion. It's fine. Blink. Photon Cannon. Okay, so that means that... Is it next turn they'll have it online? Oh no, they've got 2 of those. Okay. So just use the worm here and see what I end up getting from it. Got another worm. Another Zergling. I'm just going to use the worm again. Spawning Pool and Kerrigan. So play the Spawning Pool down. I'll use the Spawning Pool. There's no point putting the buff onto those at the moment. Just play this down. Just chill. Unfortunately, not getting the Baneling does hurt a little bit. Okay, so they got another Photon Cannon. That means the Templars are getting to quite a low cost. Okay, the Shadow's stepping, which means they're going to play it back down and then trade into the 2-2. I'm going to have to play down the Airlock Breach next turn, I think. But I don't know if that ends up saving me. I got a giant as well. I'm one turn away from the pool. This is only +1. So it wouldn't even clear that. I think they probably do have the 2 Protoss minions in their hand. So they can deal at the moment, if it's just including these dudes, they can deal 16. So play this down, use that onto it, get those, play that down, and use that onto it. Fortunately, it may not end up being enough still.
Stand with me.
Okay, so they got the 2 extra charges. Up to 26. Oh, that's still survived too. Okay. Surely you go face here. Okay, so activate the pool. Then I don't think I can use this turn. I think I've got to use the airlock breach to make sure I get enough health for sure. So play down the Buccaneer, get the Baneling out. Trade into the 8/6, so then it just clears the board. Put down the Brood Queen. Oh, I forgot to play this.
I require more mana.
That was a misplay. That needed to come out. I'd say they will have the Templars. Oh, Ceaseless Expanse. Okay.
Our path is clear.
I don't think any of this saves me. Just draw a card and see. No, that's GG.
All life must end.
The turn that I played the lifesteal with the AoE is probably the turn that I lost. I feel like that turn was, you know, obviously a big loss from that, because using up both of those lifesteals meant that I couldn't use anything else for the rest of the game in terms of making sure that I cleared their board. And it was only on a 2-drop. 2 damage.
The Lich King versus the
And they still got me down to 5 health anyway. Like, obviously, I would have lost if I had just kept it the way it was, but that having to do that meant that I didn't have anything else for the future turns. I think it's turn 1's spawning pool. Yeah, turn 1 spawning pool, get it online. Means that my rush minions are earlier available. Coin starport, so they'll launch 2 marines with that. Okay, so just play the Zergling here, and then I'll use the barrage to be able to get them out into my hand. They got another starport, so it's probably just gonna be trade. I got a Brood Queen, so I'm fairly safe with the Brood Queen down, I think. Yeah, that's safe. Unless they get a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just safe like that. So they're launching their starship. Liftoff gets... Yeah, it's perfectly fine for that. Infestor's really good. But I can't just activate it at the moment. Like, I can get it down, but I can't get the double proc. But I wouldn't have it down, I wouldn't have it normally, so I just play it down. I'll give it reborn. And I'll just go face. So I'm just saving this until I actually need the rush for it. X, okay. So they burnt a Hex doing that, so that's decent for me. Trade into this one. I'll just get this out of my hand. It means that they will need to do a trade more than likely to be able to deal with it. And just chill. Fortunately, without getting the Infestor, it does make it a lot weaker with the stuff that I have here. Okay. They're a 10-5 now. Does it have rush? So I can do a Viper play. If I trade the Brood Queen.
My rule is eternal.
Or I can just go mainly into Yodeler. Clears all that stuff. Then I can activate the pool. Trade into there. And I can play my other Zergling and then just trade into it. So, if they have the Jim Raynor, that's going to be a bit of an issue for me since I still haven't got my Infestors out. I need an Infestor to be able to deal with their possible board. Like, because if they get a Raynor out, they'll just be able to deal with everything that I play down.
In the rear with the gear.
Okay. So there's an Infestor. Don't have a way to give it rush anymore. So I just play down the Buccaneer, play down the Infestor, so I get the buff onto it. And then I think I play down the Hound Handler. It gets me an extra proc as well. So go twice into it. Use the 1/1 then. 3/4 can trade into here. And I just go face with this. It gives me an extra turn for damage. Like they're probably just gonna kill that, but if I still get the Infestor out onto the board, and I've still got another lava that's coming from it too. Because I need to be getting as much of the, value sort of stuff that I can. And I'm hoping to get more Infestors out like that too. Okay, so Starship deals with a decent, so the battle pod deals with a decent amount, and then if they use it again, I don't really care too much. They might trade into that, then use the battle pod. The battle cruiser. Battle cruiser does get rid of all my Zerg minions though. Besides from here. They can't trade that first. Okay. They're getting all their little guys out. Use the worm first. Get double Infestor, but it's still quite. That's decent actually. So maybe I go Infestor, Baneling, and then just trade into this as well. So it means that there's not too much damage they're posing on board, and then I can use my Vipers as well. GG. I think this will probably be my last game, so we'll play this one and then it'll probably be the end of the stream. Once again, thank you everyone that's been viewing. I hope that you've enjoyed the stream so far. If you are enjoying it, obviously like and subscribe is fantastic for me. I really do appreciate it. Okay, next opponent. Rogue. What was this rogue? We played against them earlier today.
Will serve me in death.
Weapon rogue. I don't even know if I keep the Zergling here. Yeah, I'll keep it. I'll keep these two. I'm trying to avoid a deafen. Dig for treasure. So they've got the minion. Play this. They'll equip the weapon and then they'll trade. And they'll get the 3 cost weapon. Just play the Infestor down here. it's somewhat threatening towards them.
Set it down, and I'll
They're just going face. That's alright for me because I can use Orbital Moon. Miracle Salesman.
any problem.
Orbital Moon. I can get the buff and then I can also get Lifesteal back and then I get the 2/2 onto them. I don't know if I like what I do next turn. They're going face again. It's probably just play this. I think that's probably going to be the most correct. Actually, it might be that because it can possibly get me some more minions out onto the field. Unfortunately, I don't hit anything. So without that buff, that hurts. Because I'll be an extra 2 damage more. Okay, Own Manager's hitting into there, so I can't use the Yodeler anymore anyway. I got 8 damage at the moment. 10, so there's 14. Yeah, I don't think I'm surviving this. Use the worm. Lay down the Infestor, I guess, and just go face. Not really anything I can do here. Got the spawning pool too.
Mistakes were made.
GG. Well, thank you everyone for coming along to the stream. I've hoped that it's been beneficial for you and you've enjoyed it, and I'll probably be on around the same sort of time tomorrow. I'll be uploading a video probably later in the next couple of hours. I may put up 2 videos today. Okay, but yeah, I hope that you've enjoyed the content so far, and bye for now.